Um, this meeting is called to order. It's Wednesday, February 17th, 2021. This is the regular business meeting number 15 for the Pasadena Area Community College District. And let's start with a roll call. And for that, we'll turn to Mr. Bucklehide.
Trustee Chin Lau. Trustee Chen Lau.
Here.
Trustee Osterling.
Here.
Trustee Brown.
Here.
Trustee Silver.
Here.
Trustee Waugh.
Here.
Trustee Martin.
Here.
Trustee Fellow.
Here.
7 accounted for.
Okay, all present and accounted for.
Do we need David, the student trustee?
We typically will not see him until the open session begins in earnest at 7. That's
Oh, okay. So not this one. Okay.
Yeah. Before we go to a recess to a closed session, let me ask if there's any public comment on the closed session agenda items.
We have no such comment. We only have public comment for open session.
Okay, and we'll get to that when we start the open session. Okay, we are now going to recess to closed session. And in this closed session, we're going to discuss the following items. Number 1, Government Code Section 54956.8, conference with real property negotiator. The property address is 4105 Rosemead Boulevard in Rosemead, and the district negotiator is Dr. Michael Bush, and our negotiating party is the El Monte Union High School District. Number 2, Government Code Section 54957.6A, conference with labor negotiators. The agency designated representative is Robert S. Blazinski, our Assistant Superintendent and Vice President of Human Resources. And this is regarding the Faculty Association. Item number 3, Government Code Section 559338, Final District Decision Appeal of Administrative Determination. Item 4, Government Code Section 54957, Evaluation of Employee, our Superintendent President. And with that, we will recess to closed session. Our goal is to reconvene this the regular meeting, the open session, at approximately 7 o'clock.
Everyone joining us here tonight for the Board of Trustees meeting of the Pasadena Area Community College District. Welcome. Glad to have you. My name is Alex Buckelhide. I'll be overseeing the meeting tonight, or at least facilitating it. And as a courtesy, we're going to be keeping our cameras off until it's our turn to talk. So I'm just going through here and helping video as appropriate. So please don't be surprised if your video turns off. We expect the board back any moment now. So please just hold your patience and we'll be starting here momentarily. Thank you. Again, if you're joining us tonight for the Board of Trustees meeting of the Pasadena Area Community College District, welcome. My name is Alex Buckelhide. I'll be facilitating the meeting. We have a lot of guests today to help us out, and I'm glad that you're here. Please know that we'll be keeping our video off until it's the time to speak. So I will be helping manage the cameras here. In the meantime, we're waiting for the board to return from its closed session. So please just stay patient, stay here, and we'll be starting as soon as we can. Thank you. And once again, to those of you joining us tonight for the Board of Trustees meeting of the Pasadena Area Community College District, welcome. We're very glad to have you. We are waiting for the board to return from closed session, so we'll get underway as soon as they do. In the meantime, please know that we do keep our video off here unless we are speaking, so I'll be managing the cameras here. And again, thank you for coming. We'll get started here soon. To those of you joining us here at Pasadena City College for the Board of Trustees meeting, welcome. My name is Alex Bucklehide. I'm glad to have you here tonight as I facilitate this meeting. Please know that we will be keeping our cameras off until it's our turn to speak. That's just sort of the protocol we follow here. We are expecting the board back any minute here as closed session resumes. I'm sorry, closed session finishes and open session resumes. So please just be patient, and we'll be with you momentarily. All right, everyone. The trustees are beginning their return to the room here, so momentarily, thank you for your patience.
Let me check to see if all the trustees have rejoined, and then we'll get started immediately.
I don't see Trustee Wah, Trustee Osterling.
Neither do I. We've got a lot of screens to look at. As soon as Trustee Wah, I'm sure she'll be with us, and I know we've got a lot to cover. So let me reconvene the regular meeting of the Pasadena City College, Pasadena Area Community College District Board of Trustees. This is the regular business meeting number 15. It's Wednesday, February 17th, 2021. And first, I'd like to report that no action was taken in our closed session. And next we'll go to roll call, and I'll turn that over to Mr. Bucklehide and call on Trustee Wah last.
All right, roll call. I would like to make clear for the record of this meeting, and it should be reflected in the minutes, that this Board of Trustees meeting is conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 5453, as amended by Governor Gavin Newsom in Executive Order N 25-20, dated March 12th, 2020, in that all trustees are participating by remote video or teleconference. As we conduct the roll call, I would now like to request that each trustee in turn respond to the following questions. I will start with Trustee Chen Lao. Trustee Chen Lao, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Osterling respond to the same questions. Trustee
Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Brown respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Silver respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Wah respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, yes.
Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Martin respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Fellow respond to the same questions.
Yes to the third degree.
Finally, I'd like to request that Student Trustee Ramirez respond to the same questions.
Yes, triple yes.
Thank you. I would now like to ask that any member of the Board of Trustees speak up at this time if they have not been able to clearly hear any trustee. Hearing no comment, the record should reflect that all trustees present have indicated they are able to hear all other trustees clearly. I would next request that any trustee speak up at this time if such trustee has any reason to believe, based on voice recognition or otherwise, that any person representing themselves to be a certain trustee is not truly so. Hearing no comment, the record should reflect that no trustee has expressed doubt that any trustees are the parties participating by teleconference. I would now like to advise the trustees and the public that any votes taken during the remote conference portion of this meeting must be taken by roll call.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bucklehide. We'll proceed to agenda item number 3, which is the land acknowledgement, which is a tradition that I hope to establish that goes past my presidency. Pasadena City College is a learning community within the indigenous homelands of the people who have been known as Kizh, Tongva, or Gabrieleño, depending on their own preference. We acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this land on which we gather. Let us take a moment of silence in honor of the important contributions of the stewards of this land who came before us. PCC and its faculty, staff, and students who support student success recognize that we are all simultaneously teachers, learners, and guests on these lands. This land acknowledgement is a small part of an ongoing process of working to be in good relationship with the people of the land and embodying equity in our practices and policies. Thank you. And we will now move on to agenda item number 4, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. And I see Salvatrice Kumo out there, and I don't think I've asked her to lead us in the pledge before. And Salvatrice, we'd be honored if you could lead us in the pledge tonight.
Very good. Right hand over your heart. Ready to begin. Our pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to this republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. God bless America.
Thank you, Salvatrice. That was a good pace. That's hard to do that in a Zoom format. Okay, next we have the item 5, approval, reordering of agenda items. Is there any request by a trustee to reorder any agenda item? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve?
Need a second?
Second.
And we got to go for the roll call vote. We're in COVID protocol. Mr. Bucklehide, please.
Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chinlau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Vote of 7-0 with student trustee voting aye.
Okay. Agenda is approved. Next is item 6, introductions and recognitions. Do we have any?
Actually, we do. We have 3, and unfortunately, it is because we've lost 3 folks since our last board meeting, and we have 3 acknowledgements here. I'm going to start with Bobby Abram, who is going to talk about the passing of Dr. Jack Scott's wife, Lacrita Scott. Bobby?
Bobby, you're on mute.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to share some information about someone that many of us remember as the First Lady of Pasadena City College, Lacrita Scott. She was married to Jack for 66 years. She was born July 18th, 1934, to A.V. and Rita Isbell. Growing up, she lived in various towns, but Fort Worth was always her home base, which is where her grandparents lived. She graduated from high school in Elk City, Oklahoma, as a valedictorian of her class. And then she enrolled at Abilene Christian College, and that's where she and Jack met. They made lifelong friends there, and they were married on September 2nd, 1954. During the early years of their marriage, Lacrita was busy raising their 5 children, managing their household, and assisting Jack in his work. She also hosted events listening with true empathy, encouraged the lonely, and patterns that she would continue wherever life took her. Lacrita received her bachelor's degree from Pepperdine University and later earned a master's degree from California State University, Long Beach. She began her career as a professor of English at Cerritos College in 1984, and then she became department chair and then later dean of English. She continued at Cerritos College for 20 years. After her death, many compliments poured in from her colleagues. Her friend Susan Ash wrote, "The world has lost a beloved person, a stunningly unique person who emanated love." One of the other comments was, Lacrita Scott was among the most revered and respected members of the Cerritos College community. As professor, dean, and colleague, she expanded and enriched the lives of all of us lucky enough to know her. She also was a dear friend to many of us. She and Jack opened their home to me in 1989 so that I could have my wedding there, and they hardly knew me. Their generosity and spirit were boundless. Lakrita's legacy grows through the thousands of lives that she has made better. After her death, I had an opportunity to talk to Jack. And Jack actually said these things about his beloved. She was tops. We were married for 66 years. She was as supportive and interested in my life as any wife could be. While I was at the college and in the legislature, my favorite part of the day was coming home to Lakrita, sharing my day with her and getting her thoughts about the happenings. The luckiest break in my life was getting to marry her. Lakrita and Jack enjoyed extensive travel, visiting 30 different countries. She wrote a monthly column for the Pasadena Star News entitled Life Lessons from 2002 to 2007. One reader recently recalled her essays as insightful, funny, and encouraging. She and Jack were honored as contemporary history makers in 2019 by the Pasadena Museum of History. She was a member of the Sierra Madre Church of Christ and was often asked to be a featured speaker for Christian women's groups. As an active woman and lively conversationalist, the chronic disease that she had, known as progressive supranuclear palsy, was very difficult for Lakrita. On February 6th, after years of increasing disability, her life ended by COVID-19. She died peacefully with her husband and daughter, Sheila, by her side. She's survived by her husband, Jack, her 4 children and their spouses, Sharon and Carrie Mitchell, Sheila and Rick Head, Amy and Paul Scones, Greg and Paula Scott, 11 grandchildren and 20 great-grandchildren. Her son, Adam, preceded her in death in 1993. Many of you may recall that he was a victim of gun violence, which made Lakrita become a very active proponent of gun control. She's also survived by 2 brothers, Alan Isbell and John Isbell, and a sister, Mary Sue Scott. She was 86 years old. There will be a viewing at Mountain View on Friday evening, this coming Friday in Altadena. The address is 2400 North Fair Oaks. The viewing will be from 5 to 9 p.m. They will only be allowing 10 people at a time for the viewing, and then the graveside service is private the next day for the family. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. And
Thank you, Bobby.
Bobby, thanks to you, I had the honor to sit with Jack and Lakrita and all of their children at that dinner where they were honored by as the history makers. So I thank you for allowing me to do that. Eric.
Okay, and now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Cynthia Olivo, who is going to introduce the folks who are here to honor our student who passed away.
Thank you very much, Dr. Androgenis. And I don't know if we're going to get video on this. I wanted to thank the members of the African American Male Education Network and Development Statewide Board who have joined us today, as well as many guests who are here to support our presentation to honor one of our students who passed away unexpectedly. And his name was Eli Underwood. And on behalf of the many programs and services that he was a part of, we have asked Trevor Brackett to please prepare a presentation. And Trevor is one of our incredible academic counselors. So Trevor, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Olivo. I appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Androgenis, for all that you do for our wonderful students. I'm honored to be here tonight to present for our student, Eli Underwood. I told myself I was going to try to keep my composure, as in my beginning of my junior career, I lost my first student. And it's just been devastating to me. But in honor of Eli, I decided to invite the AMEN board, the African American Education Network Development as well. When I told them I was going to be honoring Eli in today's meeting, I sent the text and they immediately said, we want to be there to show support for Eli Underwood as he was a AMEN charter mentee. We also have Eli's mother, Miss Ellen Franklin, on here as well. And we also have, I believe, his father, Scott Underwood. So they wanted to be a part of this moment to where they could see, us remember Eli. And in doing so, I went ahead and we created a video, a highlight film of Eli. So first and foremost, thank you to the AMEN board for being here, taking time out to, show support. We're huge on brotherhood, being a part of AMEN. And Eli was everything to us. And, he really, really showcased and believed in what AMEN stands for. And he was one of those students to where I'm so proud to call him, my mentee, a mentor to him. And I will never take that for granted. So without further ado, I would like to present a highlight film for Eli.
So suddenly, so fast. How could it be that a sweet memories would be all that we have left? Now that you're gone, every day I go on, but life's just not the same. I'm so empty inside, and my tears I can't hide. But I'll try to face the pain. Though I'm missing you, I'll find a way to get through. Living without you. You were my sister, my strength, and my crown. Only God made know why. Still, I will get back. There were so many things that we could have shared. If time was on our side. Ooh, yeah. Now that you're gone, I can still feel you near. So I'll smile with every tear I cry. Though I'm missing you, I'll find a way to go through. Living without you. You are my sister, my strength and my pride. Only God may know why. Still, I will get
Thank you so much, Dr. Levo, for playing that. And as you can see, we had so much fun. Just being with Eli, he was always like just the life of a man. And myself and brother Jamar Walker, who's also the advisor for a man as well. We've seen tremendous change with Eli after we came from our HBCU trip to Atlanta. His lifetime goal was to try to transfer to Clark, Atlanta to pursue his degree. Everything that Eli talked about from the moment we came back was, I'm going to Clark, Atlanta. I'm going to Clark, Atlanta. We actually had one of our students get admitted into Clark, Atlanta, Isaiah Washington. So we know that trip just really just brought us so close together, and we had such an amazing time. Also, I felt it was vital for me to really show his mother love, as she was actually a PCC graduate as well. She graduated in 1986 in business administration, and she's currently a pharmacy technician at Kaiser, and she's been there for the last 26 years. But she, I just want to just say thank you to her and his father for allowing us to know such a wonderful young man. And Mom, you did a phenomenal job. Eli was so respectful, so giving and lovely. So thank you all so much. And we're gonna also have a award in the memory of Eli. Jamar Walker actually thought about that concept, so we're gonna go ahead and do that process. Because when we talk about courage and never giving up and just striving for excellence, that was Eli. And from where he was at compared to where he was when, from being a part of Amand and Ujima and all the different support services that we provided for him, it was like night and day. I was actually looking at his grades and just seeing how they went from a D to an A and a B. So it just shows that the work that we're doing, the support that we give in all of our students, if they want it and they're doing it, and they try their best, it just shows the sky's the limit. And Eli was a spitting image of our work. So thank you all so much for giving me the time to remember Eli Underwood.
Thank you so much, Trevor. We really appreciate it. And to his mom and dad, he was beloved. We loved him, and our hearts are with you. Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you to everyone who came in his honor, to the entire Amend board, Dr. Ed Bush and everyone else. Thank you so much for coming. It's just an amazing show of support for a very special student who I had the opportunity to meet and chat with as well. So it's a huge loss.
Yeah, and if I could just quickly echo Superintendent Androgenis, Trevor, thank you for that tribute, and thank you to the Amend members for attending, and our heart goes out to Eli's parents.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay, and now we have our third person, and I'm going to turn it over to Carrie Starbird, who's going to talk to us about math faculty Jim Schubert.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here to talk about Jim Schubert, who was a math faculty in our division. James Richard Schubert began teaching at PCC as an adjunct faculty member in 1988 5 years later, he was hired as a full-time faculty member in the mathematics division. Over the years, Jim served as a club advisor, including for Alpha Gamma Sigma, participated in shared governance committees, and was an involved member of the mathematics division. What was most apparent to anyone who spoke to Jim for any length of time was his three loves: his wife, Jing, his two sons, Peter and Andrew, and his students. He wanted only what was best for all of his loves, and he gave his love unconditionally. For those of us lucky to have worked with Jim on a more daily basis, what we will miss most is his boyish grin, his humor, and his caring. He was the first to offer up his chair to a latecomer in our crowded division meetings, and he was the first to offer up some humor if he thought you were down. He took the time to get to know all members of our division family, full-timers, part-timers, classified, and he made us all feel like family, his family. He was one of the most caring and sincere people many of us knew. One of his colleagues had this to share. Jim was a beam of light in the math department, always radiant. The glow of his light always shined with a smile. When you walked by him, he always looked up, made eye contact, and smiled at you. When down the hall and he noticed you from afar, he would acknowledge you with a wave and a smile. He always made you feel important, and he always smiled. We will miss him and his smile. In remembering Jim, many of his colleagues have mentioned his smile and how it would light up a room when he entered. One of his colleagues described his smile in this way. His smiles are like the beautiful golden sunlight reflected on the PCC swimming pool, the iconic scene one gets looking down from the third floor. Jim, like close to 500,000 Americans, lost his life to COVID-19. In his honor, I ask that our campus community continue to remain vigilant, wear masks, practice social distancing, and do all you can to stop the spread of coronavirus. Thank you.
Carrie, thank you, and thank you for that reminder. We're so close, hopefully, to full vaccination throughout the country, and we all need to remain vigilant and mask. And even now, they say if we double mask, it improves our protection. And we all need to remain vigilant and socially distance and wear our masks for a while longer until we get through this. We're going to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Lakrita Scott, Eli Underwood, and math faculty Jim Schubert. So, and we'll do that at the end of the meeting. Thank you, everybody, for those really heartfelt recognitions of those PCC people, and we're going to now move on to the next agenda item. This is public comment on non-agenda items. Mr. Bucklehide, do we have any?
We do. We have 3 comments this evening, sir.
Okay.
All right, the first reads, "To whom it may concern. My name is Nathan Carlson, and I'm a formerly incarcerated student attending Pasadena City College. It has come to my knowledge that the CORE program, which tremendously assisted my educational ambitions upon returning home, is in danger of losing their funding. This is very unfortunate news, for CORE's asset value is priceless for people like myself, who upon re-entering society have limited resources and minimal support overall. The staff who keep the CORE program afloat are godsends because they have incentivized the continuation of my educational journey, and their support network has helped keep my focus on track and maintain my commitment to successfully reintegrate back into society. For context, here's a brief overview of my journey. At 16 years old, I was tried as an adult for my involvement in a violent brawl and subsequently sentenced to 17 years in prison, which inadvertently prepared me for academic success and a potential career in law. At the infancy of my incarceration, public policy prevented my access to higher education, and I fell victim to the paradigm of prison. In 2016, I had the opportunity to attend my first college course, and my priorities in life shifted dramatically. The focus I once had towards the social hierarchy in prison took a back seat to my understanding the inmate psyche and convict culture that shaped my existence. Rather than attend weekend recreation, I sat in my humid cell, performing hypothesis tests and structuring arguments for speech class. Although I grew up in poverty, endured physical abuse, succumbed to heroin addiction, witnessed friends murdered, and came away from death myself, I rose above my traumas and have an even greater appreciation for life. I never would have emerged into the light without having walked through darkness. The wisdom I have gained through my season of isolation allowed me to tap into the power of presence in my pursuit of enlightenment. Today, I am grateful for the pain of these experiences because they ingrained a resilience within my spirit to never give up. Given the nature of my life's experiences, I must convey how important it was for me to have a family of people whom I did not know personally welcome me home with open arms and allow me to feel accepted. Through the mentorship of incredible humans such as Ariara Cindy and Rohan, I learned that I was in a position to apply to UCLA and have since applied. I was put in touch with career counselors at Pasadena City College who helped create a systematic educational and career plan that will allow me to bring my life dreams into fruition. Without CORE, I never would have reached out to Pasadena City College and could very well have fallen victim to my old habits, which put me in a position to commit crime in the first place. Society at large benefits when returning citizens have resources that provide access to higher education and support from those who have been in their footsteps. It would be a disservice to everyone if the funding pool for CORE is not replenished. Nobody wants crime in society, and study after study clearly demonstrates that higher education reduces the rates of recidivism. At present, I am moving onwards with my life. I have plans to attend UCLA this fall semester and then take my shot in the competitive world of law school. I am excited and highly optimistic that my future will unfold beautifully. Without CORE, however, my sentiment would not be as idealistic as it currently is, and I would likely be holding down a labor job in the city that I loathed. Instead, I am hunting down my dreams that the people of CORE helped me discover. Thank you in advance for your time and consideration into this matter. Sincerely, Nathan Carlson. The next letter reads, Greetings, Board of Trustees. My name is Christopher Mitchelltree, and I am a member of the CORE program at Pasadena City College. Recently, I have learned of the expiration of funding for the CORE program and just wanted to share with you what this program means to me and all in which they have come to do for me in both my academic endeavors as well as with my integration back into society. Just a brief overview of myself. I am formerly incarcerated and served 13 years on a 17-year sentence for a crime that happened in concert as a youth. During my years of incarceration, I spent a great deal of time educating myself in the hopes of being the individual I know I was placed on this earth to be. Seeking a higher education was my outlet in prison, my means to circumvent the inevitabilities of my surroundings, as well as my vehicle towards achieving self-betterment. I went on to earn 4 associate's degrees from Coastline Community College, all of which were achieved with an honors designation, and thereafter started working my way towards a bachelor's degree at Adams State University in Alamosa, Colorado. Before completing this, I was subsequently released on July 20th, 2020, and wanted to transfer my units back to a California institution with the intent of graduating from within the state, which had brought me back to PCC to reaffirm some of the academic requirements for admission to the UC system. Upon paroling, I quickly recognized how things have changed, both academically as well as in and with society as a whole. To say I was overwhelmed and extremely uncomfortable is an understatement. No longer were my studies conducted via print-based correspondence, but now I was faced with the challenge of learning to use computers and the endless apps of pertinence, all in an effort to trudge forward in my studies. Luckily, I was introduced to the CORE program at PCC and was aided every step of the way. The outpouring of community, support, and guidance has truly aided me in getting on track academically, as well as in life as a whole. Without the help navigating the various application processes and college class enrollments, I would not be where I am today. Since enrolling at PCC and being fortunate enough to become a member of the CORE program, I have logged 2 semesters of all A's. This is without a doubt attributable to the CORE program freeing me from the stress of having to go at it alone, and instead has allowed me to focus solely on my class coursework. Lastly, I want to express not only the importance of such a program as CORE, but the absolute necessity to keep such a program fully funded. Without such an outlet, I fear so many of those impacted by mass incarceration will find themselves once again in life lost with no hope to apply themselves effectively, or frustrated with navigating the academic unknown to the point they may simply give up or resort back to previous maladaptive and antisocial behaviors. With that, I thank you for your time and ear regarding this matter and wish you a good day. In solidarity with my brothers and sisters, Christopher Mitchelltree. The third letter reads, To the Board of Trustees, the CORE program is by far one of the best programs I've ever experienced. My best friend was formerly incarcerated for 13 years and was fortunate to come across this program that aided me tremendously in helping him. The dedication and countless hours this program has provided for us is unheard of. He was guided and helped with adding classes while still incarcerated. His FAFSA forms were completed and submitted, and his Cal State as well as UC transfer applications were reviewed and submitted thanks to the CORE program. Not to mention all the hiccups of COVID-19 causing difficulty in submitting many forms. We utilized all office hours, and we were treated and helped in a manner that truly deserves to be recognized and commended. I am honestly astonished that this program existed, and the individuals running it are incredible human beings that go above and beyond their titles. I couldn't help but wish I had something like this when I was in school. This program is critical in supporting the formerly incarcerated the necessary guidance in order to succeed. CORE is something that is outstanding and absolutely necessary to keep. I beg that this program continues to be funded institutionally and permanently. Kind regards, Irene Hanna. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Bucklehide. Because of the Brown Act, we're not allowed to respond to public comment on non-agenda items, so I won't, but I will ask Superintendent Androgenis if you could agendize that for our next Board of Trustees meeting and just give us a status for that program. Hopefully
by then we'll have an update from the state.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Superintendent Androgenis. We're going to move on to agenda item number 8, and that's to approve the minutes for our last meeting, which was regular business meeting number 13, 2 meetings ago. Regular business meeting number 13 held on January 20th. And if the board will allow, I'd also like to approve the minutes for special meeting number 14, our winter retreat. That was held on January 30th, 2021. And because we have to do these by way of roll call, would it be okay if we did a twofer here?
I move to approve both minutes.
Okay, need a second?
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded, and roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Okay, minutes approved. We're going to move on to agenda item number 10. This is board committees reporting out, and I believe we have some board committees to report out. Trustee Silver?
Yes, I'm reporting out for the naming committee, the ad hoc naming committee. We met on Friday, January 22nd with a beginning discussion of naming and renaming some buildings that don't have any real connection to today's PCC. And then we also had a presentation from Bobby Abram about a group of fans of Eddie Van Halen who were interested in putting up a statue of Eddie Van Halen at PCC. They would raise money in their fan club and we would direct them as to the location. That is just some preliminary discussion, but kind of an interesting idea.
Thank you, Tammy. Trustee Martin, do you have a report?
Well, our committee report will be on agenda later with the full audit, which took most of the meeting. So I think we can just defer to that. But we did have a meeting on budget and audit did meet.
Okay, that'll work fine. Any other committees to report out here?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item 11. I don't think we have anything here. Board members, statewide committee reports. Nothing to report. And then agenda item 12, we have an update on our DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. One item that we have is to look at a first draft of a DEI mission statement for the board. But also, Superintendent Androgenis, you have some reports from our campus shared governance groups as well, correct?
I do. I have the first report out. I'd like to have Dr. Carrie Bolin, our Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, provide an update.
Great, thank you.
Thank you and good evening. Thank you again for the opportunity to kind of share a brief snapshot into my short tenure with the college as I'm closing out my 3rd month. I've shared before that I've not met one person that is not completely sold out for PCC. And so it really speaks to the institutional agents that I've had the good fortune to work alongside over these past few months towards creating greater equity. In doing so, I've been engaging in a listening tour as really a reflective practice to help in identifying where we are as a college grounded in diversity. where are the empty zones and where are the areas of untapped potential? And while I don't have all the answers to those questions as of yet, the preliminary diversity mapping I've engaged in has shown me that PCC has a good foundation. And part of my role entails building an infrastructure that not only supports that foundation moving forward, but rather brings some cohesion to it in such a way that centers our diversity story and supports the removal of practices that further displace, exclude, and make invisible historically marginalized identities. And so there's a few efforts this evening that I want to sort of speak to, with the equity aim at PCC. The first being the work of the Natural Sciences Academic Division. I think we as educators understand that in order to build tomorrow's talent and career pathways for historically minoritized students within the STEM fields, we must investigate collective and individual practices that may perpetuate bias and ultimately act as an obstacle to student success and completion within STEM. So it's in that spirit that the Natural Sciences Division has created an equity action group under Dean Martha House's leadership to examine and really interrogate achievement gaps through the review of curriculum, culturally responsive pedagogy, and self-examination. In the same vein, Dr. Carol Brown, coordinator of Black STEM at PCC Initiative, has worked alongside other colleagues of ours to improve student outcomes, close the equity gap, and increase degree and certificate attainment and transfers while avoiding excess unit accumulation for our Black African-American students. And within this particular initiative, there's approximately about 109 Black students engaging in STEM majors for spring 2021, and with whom the initiative is currently tracking and monitoring. And those participants receive access to workshops, lecture series, discipline-specific scholarship information, support for employment opportunities. In addition to the sciences centering the work of equity within their discipline, the Performing and Communications Arts Division under the leadership of Dean Reinhardt has also created a social justice anti-racism working group that is consisted of nearly 22 faculty committed to professional development towards building cultural competencies and reimagining inclusive pedagogy. We also have outstanding colleagues that are crafting community-based learning projects that focus or will be focused on the African and Black diaspora experiences of members of the city of Pasadena that integrate our student learning here at campus and academic courses with community engagement. Another highlight includes the Child Development Special Education discipline, who are reimagining their curriculum to deepen culturally responsive practices for future K-12 educators. And finally, the efforts within the newly formed African American Student Outreach Committee to address recruitment, retention, and completion gaps amongst our Black African American student population, which is sort of a combination of student-centered partners across the institution. So I have been privileged to be invited into these spaces to contribute to and learn from the individuals who in their spheres of influences are really chipping away one brick at a time at the structural barriers that impact student success and completion. And with that said, part of my work as a diversity strategist is to bring some continuity and cohesion to that at PCC. It's for that reason that I'm exploring the formation of a Center for Innovation in Teaching and Learning working title. While it is part of sort of a long-term goal, I believe there are parts that we can begin to build now that will set its foundation as an innovative resource for faculty and staff towards equity and social justice. One of the main goals of the center, in short, would be to empower faculty in particular to enact inclusive teaching approaches across all disciplines. It would also center trauma-informed pedagogy, which requires having a keen awareness of our students' past and present experiences and the effects of those experiences on students' well-being. Another goal would be to center evidence-based research on pedagogical innovation and scholarly teaching as a tool in increasing student learning and retention amongst historically minoritized population. And based on that work we've been doing and are doing, I believe we could be a major contributor to this across districts, and it would also meet the need to build institutional capacity around equity work as we sort of broaden the context knowledge of all institutional agents. Another important component of the center would be the support of faculty learning communities. These communities would foster peer-led groups to address a common area of inquiry. It could be anything from culturally responsive pedagogy to modernizing the curriculum. The importance of these spaces really is to conduct an in-depth, ongoing, scholarly and systematic discussion that has an attainable goal in mind, again, rooted in equity. The other byproduct of this center that I'm really looking forward to would be the adaptation of the Equity Ambassadors Advisory Group, which would include a cross-section of staff and faculty whose hands are directly in equity work across populations. This group's efforts would be focused on developing strategic initiatives, promoting knowledge, skills, and institutional practices, sharing best practices aimed at advancing inclusion efforts, and most importantly, enhancing communication and collaboration across departments and academic divisions. Finally, the last three pieces I want to highlight, bear with me, is the desire to create craft a university diversity statement as an anchor for this work. We all know that language matters, it's important, and so having that shared definition of diversity, equity, and inclusive excellence at the college is especially important. I'm grateful, Trustee Osterling, that this is already on your radar screen, and so I look forward to working alongside our PCC thought leaders to craft a statement that serves as a cornerstone for this work. Also, later in the semester is an ongoing response to the Chancellor's call to action to create open dialogue around campus climate. I'll be hosting a space for PCC as a reflection on change. It'll be an opportunity for us to really pause and kind of meditate for a bit on where we are as a nation, and most importantly, as a community, and in doing so, ask the questions of what next. Right? How do we draw upon the events of the past year and a half, and what do they mean to PCC as an educational institution? What are the concrete lessons that inform our commitment to being an anti-racist community? And what risk are we willing to take towards reconciliation of the communities in which we live? And finally, yes, I'm closing. As I close out highlights of my time at the college, I have received really a tremendous opportunity to serve as a fellow in the highly selective National Association of Diversity Officers in Higher Education, formerly known as NADAHE. It's a Chief Diversity Officers Fellows Program. The purpose of this one-year commitment is to provide each fellow with mentoring from a senior level CDO, so 10 plus years, for guided professional development opportunities and experiences. And while this is certainly an accelerated professional development opportunity for me, it is also a fantastic opportunity for the college, because as I've shared with some colleagues, the college receives now 2 Chief Diversity Officers for the price of 1. And what I sort of mean by that is, as part of the Fellows Program, I'm held responsible for a leadership enrichment and achievement plan that identifies at least one major deliverable or special project to have the CDO mentor sort of work and walk alongside to address and respond to. So I'm really looking forward to the impact that that experience will have on the work that is going forth and on building institutional capacity necessary for sustained change. So I think I will leave it at that. I do want to thank my PCC colleagues for their extraordinary work, those mentioned and unmentioned. Had I had the opportunity to highlight all that is being done in the name of equity and justice that I've just sort of been able to sort of glean from my 3 months, you know, especially sort of the work of that's being forged in our student support programs, we'd be here until 11 p.m. again. So I did not plan to do that, but I am grateful, ever so grateful, to be serving in this role, and look forward to deepening this work as we move towards dismantling systemic barriers and persistent disparities to success of all community members. So thank you for this time.
Thank you, Dr. Bolin. And in 3 months, you've jumped in with both feet. And also you're following a long tradition of PCC trustees and administrators getting involved in statewide and other groups. And I have found that benefits comes back to PCC. So we appreciate your added activities outside of PCC. Dr. Androgenis.
Actually, Trustee Wah has her hand up.
Okay, Trustee Wah, thank you.
Dr. Bowen, thank you so much for that excellent report. PCC has been waiting for a long time to fill this spot, and so we want to thank Dr. Androgenis for selecting you and having you here. So it was great to hear how you're moving forward on some of these initiatives, and you may have heard the trustees are also statewide. We're moving forward, and we at our own in our own district, we're going to begin these conversations. So I'm really pleased to hear how you are working with various constituents on a DEI mission statement. And as you see, this has also been in discussion. We're just looking at a resolution now, but part of that is to pick, look at values and to discuss those. One of the things we talked about at the statewide committee was how it might be important for all stakeholders. So stakeholder groups like the Academic Senate, like Student Services, like trustees, to have their own DEI mission statement and what those values mean to them. So will you be working with multiple stakeholders then, as opposed to one big DEI statement? Good, that's
Absolutely.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I would also include thinking about those stakeholder groups, our alumni as well. I know that we're working to sort of re-engage and build some momentum around that population, and so I think this might be a fantastic entry point to sort of invite them back into these conversations.
That's excellent. And one of the things that we're going to begin at the statewide level is to do what I call cross-talking. So bringing all of our stakeholder members together to look at the work that the trustees are doing. I think the officers, got together and we talked about what do we need to do to kind of move this conversation. Will that be what you will also, will you be modeling that same kind of process where you will be cross-talking or bringing various groups together?
Absolutely. That's the only way to do this work.
Would that also include community, or will that?
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
So sorry, that's my Apple Watch talking.
No worries. Absolutely. I actually, I'm looking forward to a conversation that I'm having this week with the African American Parent Council, or PUSD, and trying to sort of, build some bridges and do some coalition building in that way. So it would be, I think, exceptional for us to invite them into that conversation, as well as we're thinking through sort of, our identity, our diversity story, as well as the perception of community members as it relates to PCC, and wanting to make sure that whatever language we're including in our diversity statement is authentic and genuine and comprehensive. So absolutely.
Excellent. Well, we hope to model after some of your process too. And you might know that at the statewide level, we also have some of our own community members from Pasadena district who are participating. So thank you so much and welcome to PCC.
Thank you.
And Trustee Chen Lao, I saw your hand up.
Thank you. That was a great report, Carrie. Thank you so much. And I'm so glad that we're talking about, continuously talking about DEI and building on the work of my colleagues who have been participating at the statewide DEI level. At the board retreat, we did have a long session about board's responsibility toward DEI. And one of the recommendations that came was on an equity audit of the institution. So this question could be to Dr. Androgenis or to you about what your thoughts are on equity audits.
Yeah. We try not to use the audit word, but certainly review. We've already begun having some conversations sort of across the board as to what it looks like to kind of interrogate some of our practices, our policies, and so forth. I think it's sort of a one brick at a time approach. I know one of the pieces that we're wanting to address most specifically is that around curriculum. And so I'm hoping that we're able to sort of model a best practice in sort of that reform and that review process to where we can sort of adopt that in other areas around our policies and so forth. So.
And the other topic that came out from the board retreat was, and I'm hearing this is what you're doing, is an equity roundtable. Certainly it's probably what you're calling the cross-talking, but to Trustee Wa's point of bring people together, is that what you have in mind too, is to have this diversity, equity, inclusion roundtable where we can all be at the table, where we're hearing the same things, we're hearing from the same speakers, from the same presentations, and to have that type of a dialogue and conversation?
Yes, I think that's one of the outcomes, certainly. I think first and foremost, trying to get individuals at the table so that there's not sort of a duplication of work, right? And then also thinking about how do we sort of maximize resources. So I would say those are kind of the more sort of immediate sort of low-hanging fruit as it relates to building, building this sort of working group or what have you. And then, yes, I mean, I think the outcome of it, hopefully the byproduct will be, sort of a shared language and a shared vision that brings, as mentioned before, some cohesion to the work, because I think that we can, benefit from that in many ways. So that is certainly the hope.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you again, Dr. Bolin. I see Trustee Ramirez, and you're on
I
mute.
have one other person too. I have one other report too after Trustee Ramirez.
David, you go ahead, and then we'll have another report. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Bowen. Nice to see you again. You mentioned the work group on cultural competency and culturally responsive pedagogy. And that's one of the things that the students presented on for our DEI update in November. So that was really great to see come to fruition. But I was wondering if possible, if students would be able to have a seat at that table and who I would go to ask about this, because I know that that's purview of faculty, but I know that Student Senate has its anti-racist student plan of action, and it deals precisely on this. And so I think it would be a great opportunity to share those conversations.
It's critical to have the student voice as part of these conversations. So please know that that is already on the radar screen, and that would be more so in the realm of the equity sort of ambassadors group that I'm wanting to put together to really, again, create that continuity and cohesion and collaborative, spirit in this work at PCC. So absolutely. And I think that we can actually, I'm hopeful that sort of these piloted faculty learning communities that will be addressing exactly that, the culturally responsive pedagogy, building inclusive classrooms, et cetera, will be a good model for something that we want to do within our, with our student leadership, and create some, student learning communities around this work as well, so that you all become even, deepen your learning and understanding around, what it means to be a champion, for equity and inclusive excellence work. So I'd love to talk further with you about that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, I want to call on Salvatrice Cuomo.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Bowen, for joining our PCC family. We're very, very happy to have you. And just wanted to kind of continue on with the theme of discussing really our DEI efforts here on campus. The efforts that I'll be speaking to today is prior to Dr. Bowen's onboarding, and certainly our plan is to strengthen these efforts I'm about to share with you today with the guidance of Dr. Bowen. But I'd like to begin with the Office of Work-Based Learning, led by Jacqueline Javier. We'll be conducting 4 diversity panels in the spring, open to all PCC students, faculty, and staff. And really the goal is to inform our students about the barriers diverse groups encounter in the process of entering or advancing in their careers. And through these discussions, we will encourage, of course, self-discovery, increase self-awareness, celebrate community and resilience, and provide a safe space for students to ask meaningful questions. Our first panel is scheduled for February 26th with the topic of code switching, resilience, and community. Confirmed speakers include Erica Reynolds, VP of Talent Development at City of Hope, Nicole Dawson, Toyota Supply Chain and Fellow, and incoming NPI Operations Program Manager at Apple, DeAntoine Johnson, author, CEO, and researcher at Fox Sports, and Bradley Johnson, Project Coordinator at Fullerton College. Followed by March 26th, topic More Than a Model Minority, May 7th, Moms in the Lead, June 4th, Pronouns at Work. Additionally, the Office of Economic and Workforce Development is in the preliminary stages of developing our employer diversity programming to launch at the end of spring. We recognize that the business sector has truly the power to change and contribute to a more open, diverse, and inclusive society. Impacted by major social and political changes, more and more companies are seeking assistance in this space and are coming to us for guidance. Our goal is to partner with leading experts on bias, technology, discrimination, and organizational design, to name a few, in developing our first phase of webinars. And the topics to include are in counteracting unconscious bias, recruiting for diversity and inclusion, conducting a DEI needs assessment, DEI goal setting, DEI competency check for their companies, and internal communication strategy on DEI. And thank you.
Salvatrice, I'm so sorry for introducing you, mispronouncing your name, Kumo. I've been watching too much news coverage of the governor of New York, so I apologize for that.
It's quite all right. It happens. It happens.
And
It
then
happens often.
lastly-
So I just roll with the punches.
Yep. And then lastly, Dr. Cynthia Oliva wanted to say a few words about our Black History Month events.
Thank you. I wanted to also say thank you to the faculty and staff on campus, if we can get video on, who have organized our Black Heritage Month celebration at PCC. And we have 13 amazing events, including a few that are remaining for the rest of the month. So I encourage the trustees to please join us. I included the flyer in my Board of Trustees update for all of you. One is tomorrow with Mr. Lasana Hotep. We're really looking forward to that. And I want to especially thank Dr. Gina Lopez, and she coordinated, over 10 programs who came together to make sure that we had amazing events for our students as well as faculty, staff, and the rest of our Lancer community. I want to please make note that on February 25th, we will have the virtual grand opening of our newly expanded Black Student Success Center, which is in the middle of the Student Services main building, which is the L building. So please tune into that. That's going to be very, very exciting. And we have a new position, our Black Student Success Counselor, that we're working on advertising. So making sure that we're strengthening our infrastructure is key to meeting our diversity, equity, and inclusion goals as a college. We're also currently recruiting student employees to serve as advisory group members on the Black Lancer Advisory Council. And then I'm happy to report that in the fall, we launched the Ascend Men of Color program. We have 150 men of color in our program, and there's a 90% retention rate from fall to spring. That is incredible, especially during this time of the pandemic. When we see across the state, many of our students, especially men of color, are not returning to college. I also wanted to announce that we have a student advisory group called the Equipo, which is a group of Latinx students, and their fall was extremely busy with extraordinary outcomes, including providing feedback on many of our efforts and initiatives at the college. And they have a number of fall welcome events for students. And then in our Hispanic Serving Institution federal government grants, we have 2 faculty members who were provided with reassigned time to lead our Gateway course redesign. That's Dr. Cristina Salazar Romo. And then also our Career First curriculum lead is Dr. Silvia Toscano. And then finally, our Pasadena City College core program for formerly incarcerated and system impacted students was recently mentioned in a webinar by the Chancellor's office last week as a part of the statewide movement to provide more services to our students. And at our very own program, we've gone from 60 students to over 130 participants. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
Dr. Androgenis, thank you for all of those reports by the various shared governance groups. And to those of you that were on schedule to give your reports on DEI last meeting, my apologies, as we know that meeting ran long and we had to shortcut that. So I'm glad we were able to get that in on an earlier part of the agenda today. And next, still on the agenda item of DEI, we distributed a draft board mission statement, DEI mission statement, that has been prepared by the statewide group. It happens to be statewide work group number 2, which I participated in, and also Trustee Ramirez joined us in that group, even though I think he was formally assigned at group 1. So I appreciate your taking on an extra work group. And the members of our work group, I've mentioned this before, really got a lot of valuable input from David during our work group sessions. So again, David, appreciate your participation. The idea is to create was to create a model DEI mission statement for the boards of each of the colleges throughout the state to adopt or to customize to our own. And so we distributed this to the trustees with the idea of looking and seeing this is what the statewide template or recommendation is, and wanted to solicit your thoughts in this meeting today on any ideas that you have that you would like to see to customize this as needed to make it our own PCC board DEI statement. Or if you have any aspects of the statement that resonate with you that you'd like to report out on. And this is the board's statement. It's not the entire college's, and this is to affirm the board's commitment to DEI, and other groups will be making their own statements, and there could be a college-wide statement, but again, the purpose of this is for the board to demonstrate to the college. And Dr. Androgenis, I see your hand up. So
yeah, and Trustee Waugh also has her hand up, but I actually think that you all need to have a general conversation tonight about what you think should be in a DEI mission statement, because the statement itself was something that you were all individually looking at, but you can't actually talk about what's in the statement during this meeting today because we did not include it in the board packet. And I apologize for that oversight on my part. You all, you had a working copy of it, but it didn't make it into the board packet. So you can't speak specifically to the words, but you can have an overarching conversation about the kinds of ideas you'd like to see in it. And then we can agendize it for next time. And I do apologize. I just realized that it's not in the board packet.
Okay, well, I appreciate that heads up. We don't want to violate the Brown Act by talking about something that wasn't included in our board package.
But you can talk about it from a theoretical perspective because it is mentioned in the agenda that you're going to talk about the DEI mission statement, but you need to be more theoretical than tactical on this because again, I do apologize. Yeah. And also Trustee Waugh has her hand up.
Okay, Trustee Waugh, you are next, and thank you for that clarification, Erica.
Yeah, so I wanted to just say, and this came out from our discussion from our retreat, this is the sample resolution, I believe, Jim, that work group 2, it's a resolution that you came up with. And so one of the things I thought that we were going to talk about too is having all of the trustees kind of see what, as you said, what resonates with them, if there's anything in particular. And I think after hearing Dr. Boland and I always am very tuned in to Trustee Ramirez and things that he has to say, because it is about our students. We always talk about how we're here for our students. So I do think, as we're going through this, things that resonated with me is really elevating the student voice, and elevating the voice of those marginalized groups. We talk about getting the right data, and I really liked Dr. Olivo's report, how she focused on how we have this success rate now between the 2 semesters for persistence. But one of the things we also talked about was, we've talked about at the state level, and I think Dr. Olivo actually brought this up in one of our sessions, was how so many of, there's an intersectionality of our populations. And it's not just people of color, but particularly women with families who are women of color are not succeeding and dropping out. And so, I hope that these are some values that we could also think about. I know that the West Valley guiding principles on anti-racism resonated with you, Trustee Osterling. And I was kind of going through some of them, and that's where the marginalized voices came out. came up with. And then just building that inclusive environment, I think, is really important. So those are my thoughts on it.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Any other thoughts? Again, general thoughts, since the statement wasn't in our board packet.
Jim,
Yes, Tony.
I just wonder, Dr. Jonas, I want you to weigh in too. Is there a possibility that the trustees could work on this separately and exchange maybe rewrites, or is that possible?
Yes, it is possible. What you can do is you can offer edits to Trustee Osterling as the chair, and Trustee Osterling can provide edits out to the board. So basically you use him as a conduit for your feedback, and he can share that out without attribution, meaning he can share it out and say, I've received the following 5 comments on this document, as a way to edit it in preparation for being on the March board meeting. So the goal is that it's really just a one-on-one conversation, and he can compile the edits, and then we can bring that forward onto that board meeting agenda.
Yeah, let's do it that way. I'll be the keeper of the master. Trustee Chen Lao.
I have a question about the process. Given that Trustee Osterling, you have been in the work group, and so has Trustee Wah and Trustee Silver and Trustee Ramirez. There seems to be a good contingency of PCC board members who are part of that DEI work group. And in the board retreat, we had talked about a standing committee on DEI for the board. Would it make sense to have the once and if the standing committee is constituted, would it make sense to have the DEI board standing committee take a look at the mission statement and bring it to the board? Or do you want this to be a specific assignment to each board trustee?
So, Sandra, that's a really good question, and I'll offer my views in response to that. Number one, there has been talk about having a standing DEI subcommittee, and I would be in favor of that, although it hasn't yet been formed.
And it was, if you were, you all had talked about it during your retreat. And so it was the formation of that, just adding it as one of your standing committees is going to be on the March agenda.
Yeah. And having said that, and typically the way we work with committees, and I think it works well, is we set up subcommittees, and they do the intensive work, and they bring back recommendations to the board. And I think that process works pretty well in general. Just for example, just picking one out of midair, Audit and Budget Committee. But I think on this particular initiative, I'd like this statement to all 7 of us, all 8 of us, really give it some thought and make our own contributions, as opposed to having 3 of us go off, maybe 4 with our student trustee into a subcommittee and come up with something, and then have that approved or blessed at a committee. I'd really like to make sure that that all of our trustees are committed to this, and all of our trustees have some input into this. So again, the plan is to form that subcommittee, but at this particular task, I'd like to see all of us contribute to this task. That's my personal preference.
Trustee Martin and Trustee Wah both have their hands up.
Okay, I'm sorry, I haven't been watching the participants. Trustee Martin, you're next, and then followed by Trustee Wah.
Okay, thank you. So to talk a few concepts that are important to me, obviously there's a tremendous talk on this subject around the state, at PCC, everywhere you go. And I'm thinking of that country western song, a little less talk, a little more action. And And in particular, I want to just tell you some things that I've observed and how I think it plays in here. Number one, we got a report on our various communities and the technology available in the average household in those various communities. And I think we saw a very detailed correlation between some of our students who are in the DEI categories trying to catch up, correlating to difficulties in access to technology. And so I think we need to take that and move forward with some action on how we can better help those communities in the technology that they need in order to compete. Similarly, we have heard time and time again and identified the geographical differences and the way those geographical differences impact various students' ability to get online, and not online classes this time, but this prior to online, the actual classes that they really need. And that's where I think our satellite concept is incredibly important and a big part of what DEI is. So I think, you know, we've done a great job in establishing Muir. Obviously, we've got Foothill. We have a long history in Rosemead, and we're trying to obviously maintain a presence in Rosemead. But to me, where the action comes is in getting answers and working through these kinds of solutions in technology and geography and the other areas that are specifically in action impeding students from reaching the goals we want them to reach. Another place where I think we've actually can pat ourselves a little bit on the back, and it's on agenda again tonight, is in dual enrollment. So the college and the administration has done a wonderful job in reaching, I think now, almost every district, now that we finally have El Monte in here. But it's really critical to the extent possible that we utilize dual enrollment. And I know we have these specific things and it's limited by state law and you can only do this and that and a myriad of complications. But dual enrollment, satellite campus, figuring out how to improve online cafes where students can go in remote areas or whatever we can do to help solve the problems that we know exist, specifically in the areas and general geographics of our district that are suffering from these things, is a way, rather than just, you know, play the one note samba on middle C for the entire song, we, you know, broaden the keyboard and come up with beautiful medleys and chords that are really action in progress. And to that extent, I don't want to lose focus as we continue to talk about DEI, DE&I, about some of the other really critical parts of what PCC is all about, which have been tremendously important to supporting DEI students. Number one, Hispanic transfer college in the state of California and one of the top 3 in the country. Well, why is that? PCC has spent a great deal of time. Our faculty and our Senate have done a superb job on these transfer alignment courses and the pathway programs and wonderful things that they've done there. And what has that done but helped us, which is a minority institution, to do better with DEI. And so we got to just not focus on middle C exactly, but realize there's other notes on the keyboard that are very important to accomplish exactly what we want to accomplish. Let's not take our eye off that wonderful complexity of sounds like transfer and workforce and these other topics that do support exactly what we want to do in DEI. And so that's my only comment as we draft this statement. And I think, and I don't want to take credit for this, but I think another trustee, but we're not supposed to get in details, has proposed embedding some of our DEI and our curriculum into the statement, and I really appreciated that comment coming from them. So those are my comments in a general way. I think we can best serve students when we can get off of middle C and start playing some chords and some melodies that tremendously support in action exactly what we all want to see, and that's this student's success.
John, thank you for your comments. And if you could incorporate those into an edit or a markup of the mission statement. And I think it's great to have those very specific, practical, tactical items mentioned in this, where we're succeeding and where we want to continue to do better. Trustee Waugh, your hand is up next.
Yeah, so I don't really have a lot more to add. I just want to really give kudos to Trustee Martin. Wow, you really, that's very insightful and really great comments, I think. So I just wanted to give some support to what you said, Trustee Osterling, you know, because part of the fellowship is to inquire for every trustee is to look at this and be able to talk about, what do you know about this? What is it that you bring to the table? I think that, you know, just having worked with other districts on DEI, I think those that have put in a DEI standing committee, I think it's great that they put it in when they have not had the ability to really, they just need to start the conversation. Whereas Pasadena, we are the most actively engaged district in DEI. We have the most number of trustees. We have our student trustee involved. Our CEO is involved on the CEO DEI. So I think we're now past that stage of having to start the conversation. We've already started the conversation. Now everybody needs to engage. So I just wanted to support you on that.
Thank you, Linda. Trustee Brown. You're on mute, Berlinda.
So I must say that PCC has always been on the path of DEI. I have to say we have done a good job to a certain extent. However, we still have that group of students in my district, particularly Latinx students, that lacks, not all of them. And this is one of the reasons why we were one of the first to create the first year pathway. That was one of the reasons why, because we wanted to capture those students and get them going. So what I would like to say is that this concept is not really new to us to focus on DEI, but what we want to do, what I would like to see done from a trustee perspective is establish some guidelines of how we could measure. My thing is measuring our success. The African American community are low in graduating, and I think Cynthia has done a great job. She really has focused on trying to bridge that and bring that up. The Latinx students are the same, but you know, it is very easy for us to just say, okay, well, we recognize that we only have certain percent of African American students, and so we have 500, but it is not okay that those 500 students that are here, they're not succeeding. So that is where I'm having a problem, and I'm hoping as a board, we will be able to, please don't tell me that we are going to decrease, because decrease could be one student. If I have 500 students and we're going to decrease the number of students that, or increase the amount of students that graduate, and we, at the end of the day, do graduation, you see 2 more students and the other one are lagging, I'm sorry, that didn't do the job. So I think this is one of the reasons why it's important for us as board members to really understand what is it we want to see happen at the college. If we're having faculty that are not engaged, or if we're having whatever it is that, wherever the problem is, we need to address it and provide resources. Provide the resources necessary to bring these students across the line. We have the African American students and the Latino students. Most of them have to work, they're part-time students. They have to work to go through school. Well, guess what? The females have kids they got to support. So there's a lot of barriers. There's a lot of barriers that these students have to go through. We heard about the students, the incarcerated students that are losing some of their funding, which provide for, for mentoring and for, those are the things that we want to focus on and direct administration to go through it and monitor it. That's what we want to do. And then we could truly say, hey, I know we are DI oriented because we have been. This is not new. But we want to establish better measurements and a better system to fix what's lacking. That's my thing.
Thank you, Berlinda. And Trustee Silver, I saw your hand was up.
Yeah, I just want to say that this is a mission statement, which is kind of overarching. And I think, Berlinda, the tangible things that we want to do will come under the board goals. So we need to keep working on board goals for those tangible, practical things that John's talking about, Linda and you.
Yeah, and thank you, Tammy and Berlinda. And on that subject, and we can do this later when we talk about future meetings, we do need to schedule a retreat to complete our board goals in the near future. I think we made good progress on the main themes, and now we've got to hone in and get those finalized. Any other comments from any of the trustees on the DEI mission statement? So again, we'll put this on the agenda and the statement itself. And if anybody has any comments, send them to me in red line format, and I'll look over and try to synthesize all of the comments into a single document that reflects all of our comments to the extent I'm able to do that. And unless anybody else has anything on this subject, I think we're done. And we're going to move on to the consent calendar items. And we're going to handle these the way that we normally do. And that means we are going to approve consent calendar items E through G collectively as a single roll call vote. Which David, the student trustee, will also vote on, and then we'll have a separate vote on H, personnel matters. Now, before we go to those consent calendar items, if there's any consent calendar item that somebody would like to pull for discussion, or if you'd like to pull it for discussion, let me know now, and we'll handle those items separately and vote on all the rest as a single consent calendar item. Okay, hearing none.
Oh, I have a question.
Okay,
I have a question.
Sandra.
I don't have a discussion that I want to pull. I just would like to make a comment. Would I still have to pull the agenda item if I want to make a comment?
Well, let's pull it right now and let's make your comment. Absolutely.
Okay, my comment is on the funding for the childcare.
Okay. And which item is that? That's item G.
You mean the state contract?
Yeah, the state right.
7 and 8, yeah. Okay, go ahead, please.
Well, one of the fellow trustees pointed out how meager of a reimbursement that the college receives. And I just want to reiterate that being a working parent, childcare is so important. And I know that there are PCC faculty, students, and staff who need childcare for them to do their jobs, and especially during the pandemic. And basically California's childcare industry has collapsed because many of the childcare workers are low wage workers. And I would really like to just urge, PCC to work on any kind of funding that's possible, whether it's, from state, federal, to support that.
So can I just
Dr. Androgenis, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'd like to explain. The way the state contract works is that when you see an amount that the state pays per day, that's what they're paying per day for students who qualify for as like CalWORK students, EOPS students. So those are students.
Okay.
This is part of their aid package. They qualify for it. So the way that we pay for childcare is we get the state contract, which is good because that's funding for students, especially students who have economic challenges. Maybe they're single parents or whatever it is. But then we also serve faculty, staff, and those are what are known as full cost students. Okay, so their children, the state doesn't pay us for a faculty member's child. The faculty member or the staff member pays.
Yeah.
We also have what's known as a C-Campus grant, which is Child Care Access Means Parents in School. That's federal funding that comes to us, and it's based on the amount of Pell grants that we give out every year. And so you see the state contract. That state contract amount is based on the fact that the state only has so much money for childcare, but there's also childcare rebate money that we get. I mean, so you're just seeing one piece of it.
Okay, good.
It's just a state contract, but I will tell you, it's really important that we have it.
Yes.
Because I have worked at colleges where they didn't have the state contract, because there was a college or an elementary school or a high school that was in X amount of distance, like 2 miles away, who had the state contract, and there was only allowed to be so many. And so it's a good thing.
Yes.
And yeah, how we pay, we do it from a lot of sources, but that's just a state thing.
Okay, good. I'm so glad and I'm so relieved, to hear that. And that was my comment. I want to make sure that our faculty, staff, and students have access to good quality childcare. And I could see that you're on top of it. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Sandra, thank you for that question. And Erica, thank you for that explanation. Any other consent calendar items that we'd like to pull for discussion or separate vote? Hearing none, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve consent calendar items E through G. Do I hear a motion?
Approve consent items E through G.
Did I hear a second also?
Yeah.
Dr. Fellow.
Okay. Moved and seconded, and this will go to a roll call vote. Mr. Bucklehide, please.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chin Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with student trustee voting aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. We're going to move on to consent calendar item H, which is personnel. And this is usually where Dr. Fellow sometimes has comments. Do you have any comments tonight, Tony?
No, there's a 21-year employee of PCC that's going to retire, and I wish her well. And that's it for tonight.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Do I hear a motion for consent calendar agenda item H?
Second.
Moved and seconded, and again, roll call vote. Mr. Bucklehide.
Trustee Chin Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0. Student trustee does not vote on personal items.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. We're going to now move into agenda item I, which is action items recommended for approval by the board. And I1 is receipt of fiscal year 2019 to 2020 district financial audits and Measure P general obligation bond construction fund financial and performance audits. Do we have a presentation on this item?
I will turn it over to Dr. Bush.
Okay, Dr. Bush.
Thank you, Trustee Osterling. This evening, we have Rick Alonso with Ide Bailey, who will present the audit.
Thank you, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Hope everyone is having a great evening. Thank you so much for having me present the report. Last week, we met with the audit committee and we went over the report in great detail. And, you know, throughout that meeting, it was a great meeting. We got a lot of great questions from the committee. We were able to go over the report in great detail. Not a lot of community colleges have an audit committee. So for your district to have an audit committee, I really commend the district for that, because we're just able to go over much more of the report than we are at a regular board meeting. So at this time, I'm just going to go over the major areas of the report. And if there's any questions, feel free to ask any questions that you might have. As an auditor, our scope is to render 3 major opinions. We're going to render an opinion on the financial statements. In addition to that, we issue a federal awards opinion and a state awards opinion. Only page I really go over with the audit report is page 105. That's the summary of auditor's results. And you don't have to go to it. I can basically explain what's on that page. It lists the 3 major opinions that we do give. For financial statements, the district received an unmodified opinion. An unmodified opinion is the cleanest opinion you can get from an auditor, and it states that the financial statements are fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. For federal awards, the district also received an unmodified opinion. So the district met all of the federal compliance requirements which were required to test for this fiscal year. And then with the state awards, each year the state chancellor's office will give us a laundry list of compliance that they would like us to look at each community college. And I'm happy to report that the district also received an unmodified opinion. So the district met all the state compliance requirements which were required to test. Starting on page 106, there are findings and recommendations. And if you look at those pages, the one thing you'll notice is those pages are blank. As I always say, auditors we have the perception of being negative people, and there's a reason why. We're not allowed to give positive assurance. Auditors are only allowed to give negative assurance. So when you see a blank page from an auditor, that's a good sign that the district is doing well with their internal controls. So just to recap the audit report, the district received all unmodified opinions and we had no findings and recommendations. I would like to also point out that this year's audit was unique. It was all done remotely. And the district did an outstanding job with providing us the information. This was such a unique year, and we still asked for the same amount of information as we normally do, and the district did a great job of providing that information from a remote standpoint. So I just would really like to thank the district. And that goes from not only the business office, but all the departments that we do see and talk to at the district. They did a great job of providing us our information. So at this time, I can answer any questions that anyone might have with the district report.
I can assure my fellow trustees that the audit and budget subcommittee grilled Mr. Alonso over this report at their last meeting. So thank you for that presentation.
No problem.
I didn't see any other questions, and thank you to the audit and budget committee, John and Berlinda and Tammy. John, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I did want to pass on a few things and maybe the other members as well. I would encourage the trustees, it's, the audit is 115 pages and thousands of numbers. I would encourage you to read pages 4 And if you can make it without dropping dead, 4 through 12, but at least 4, 5, and 6, and get kind of a short narrative on what really went on in the prior year. I think it was extremely informative, and I think it was really well written. I was concerned when I looked at page 14, and I don't know if you people can all pull it up fast enough. It's okay. It's our kind of our statement of financial position, and it shows that our net total position, and if we are a for-profit company, the equivalent of our net worth kind of thing, is worth $20 million, and that didn't seem like a lot to me. And then the line right above it shows that our unrestricted part of that is actually a negative $126 million. And that was very, very alarming to me. But I was put at ease when Mr. Alonso reported that there are many, many districts in California today whose bottom line net is a negative, and that in part the minus 126, obviously the number one major change that's occurred here that's driving all this is the recognition of all the pension liability that exists both for the district and the state of California. And so in many ways, despite normally looking at those numbers and viewing any bracketed thing as an alarm, we are, I won't say in a good position, but compared to many, and Mr. Alonso can correct me, a relatively better position than we might otherwise be. He also pointed out to us that a little further up the page under long-term liabilities, other than OPEB, it was an $82 million obligation. And of that $82 million, 76 million of it is really part of the Measure P that's on our taxpayers. So in essence, if you think of it, we're probably 76 million better than it looks on this report, because we should have a pretty secure return for that 76 million of that obligation through property tax or through Measure P payments. And that makes that all seem a little bit better to what to me was a very kind of alarming number. The only other two comments that I would like to make is back to page 105. He didn't say it here publicly tonight, but to the committee, Mr. Alonso, when he reported on that, that's basically your cliff notes of the whole audit, and every one of those questions you can't tell because it's written in audit code, but basically the answer to every one of those questions was as good an answer as you can get once you understand what audit ease is talking about. And to further that, when you find out there's no findings, and there's not only no findings, but there were no adjustments. And so as Mr. Alonso said, when you get to those pages in the audit and all it says on the entire page is no findings, he goes, those are the kinds of things any proud parent should be putting a magnet on the refrigerator to display to anybody that comes in their house that things are going really well. And I thought that was a clever way of saying it. I appreciated the joke. It's nice to know that auditors are human and they have a sense of humor. So obviously he's proved that right there. And the last comment I'll make was, and he briefly said it, but over and over and over again, it was blatantly clear to the audit committee that this was not like any audit we faced before because of COVID. And yet the auditors kept the standard just as high as they ever have. And our staff really rose to the occasion. Again, no findings, no adjustments. And every comment that the auditors made to the committee about our staff was nothing but positive and complimentary for the cooperation that they received, in a very difficult time on a very difficult audit just because of the circumstances. So in short, I don't know how this could have gone much better than it really did. And that would be my sum up of our meeting. Maybe some of the other members would like to share a little different perspectives because you got 115 pages. There's a lot of perspectives.
John, thank you for that summation. Any other comments or questions on the audit? Trustee Silver, you are on mute.
I have nothing further to add.
Okay.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion to receive and file the audit and Measure P General Obligation Bond Construction Fund Financial and Performance Audit.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, moved and seconded. We're going to go to a roll call vote, but before we do that, I want to thank Dr. Bush and your staff, and because I know the auditors can't do their work without getting a lot of cooperation from you and everybody else in the administration that had to participate and contribute to the audit. And with that, we'll go to a roll call vote. Mr. Buckelheide.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. We're going to move on to agenda item I2, authorization to transmit second quarterly financial status report. Do we have?
I will also turn this over to Dr. Bush.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Nurjana. Tonight, Heva Weingart will present our Q3 311.
Edva, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen and do a quick PowerPoint presentation. Once I figure how to do this. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think I got it. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to do a short presentation on the 311Q quarterly report as of December 31st, 2020. To start, I've provided a report that shows a bit more detail. That's what reflected on the 311Q. It is a monthly operating statement that is unaudited. This report compares the budget to the cumulative actuals and the projected ending numbers for the current fiscal year. The rows reflect the income and the expenses by major account classifications. So here's the column last year, the adopted budget and the projected actuals. And then these are the major account classifications. In summary, the projected salary savings for academics is due to the reduction in classes and therefore the reduction in the salary for adjuncts. There's also projected salary savings for classifieds due to the limited hourly and professional experts hired in the fiscal year because of COVID-19. The projected savings here in the employee benefits is due to the STRS refunds and the benefits attributable to the salary savings noted above. The projected savings from the salaries and related benefits will be utilized in other expenses, thereby only leaving the STRS refund that is projected, that is not budgeted and won't be utilized. The 311Q is just a snapshot of the cumulative activity for the general fund unrestricted through December 31st, 2020 for PCC. It is a 2-page report with no account detail required on the report. The 311Q shows the actuals, annual totals reflected here from prior fiscal year, which is pre-populated. The 311Q also shows the projected numbers here for the fiscal year, reflecting the $1 million in STRS savings that was not budgeted. The numbers derived on this report is from the operating statement that I just showed you. The fund balance will also show an increase of $1 million due to the reflected savings, due to the savings reflected above. The 311Q also shows the cash balance each year at this time period of December 31st, 2020. It's high because of the property taxes just received at the end of December. The year-to-date actuals in this column is derived from the operating statement that I just showed. These are the numbers as of 12/30/2020. Any questions?
Okay, I don't see any questions. Hedva, thank you for that report. Hearing no questions, I'm going to ask for a motion.
Move to approve.
Seconded.
Okay, and just to be clear, we're authorizing to transmit the quarterly financials. Moved and seconded, and roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chin Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Watt.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Thank you. And before we move on, I want to move backwards very briefly to agenda item I1 with a question for Dr. Bush. We also approved receipt of the audits for the Measure P General Obligation Fund. And can you just briefly tell us when you believe that we will close out that fund? And by that I mean when we'll spend the final dollars.
We anticipate in March. We've been struggling with our last air handler project on the R building because Carrier's plant has been shut down a few times. They are installing the units now. We do have them in Southern California at the contractor's yard, and they have demoed the old units and they'll put the new ones in. So we should make the final payment in March.
Okay, that's a red letter date. This was Measure P was passed in the year 2002 and was for $160 million. John, you know more about this than I do, and led to some great new improvements on campus. And we had an outstanding Measure P oversight committee over time, and those funds were expended without waste, fraud, and mismanagement. So kudos to everybody involved. Our thanks to the oversight committee and Mike, you and your team and everybody else that oversaw that.
Yes. And Trustee Osterling, once we've expend the final funds, we'll have the final meeting of the oversight committee. And unfortunately, it'll have to be by Zoom, but we'll have it and we'll close it out.
Yeah, no, and that's great. Okay, moving forward again, we're going to move to agenda item I3, and this is the 2021 to 2022 non-resident tuition fee. And this is something that the trustees need to approve per Ed Code section 76141. Do we have a presentation on this or just go to a vote?
I will ask either Dr. Bush or Hedva to explain that this is annual.
I'd be happy to. We do this in collaboration with Student Services with Dr. Olivo. Every year the state adjusts our non-residents fees, and we do a polling of other community college districts to see where folks are moving, and by far the majority go with the state average, and that's what we're recommending this evening, and that's what we've done the past few years, is just maintain the state average.
Thank you. Dr. Olivo, do you have any additional comments?
Sure, yes. I just wanted everyone to know that we did do an environmental scan and look at what other colleges are also charging for non-resident students, and this is in line with that. So we appreciate your support for this.
And a question from me, just to be clear, This is a tuition cost per credit hour per semester, am I correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Okay. Any questions or comments from my fellow trustees on this item? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded, and roll call vote, please. Mr. Bucklehide.
Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chin Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with student trustee voting aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. And next item is agenda item I4, a long-awaited agenda item. And this is the dual enrollment memorandum of understanding. This one is with the El Monte Union High School District.
It is, and I'm going to call on Dr. Isela Osegueda to talk to us about it.
So much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me back. Last month, I gave a presentation about the status of dual enrollment at PCC. There was a question at the end of that presentation about whether or not we had all of our area school districts on board with an MOU to offer dual enrollment, and I know that we were pending one. And tonight is the night that I'm asking for your approval for an MOU with El Monte Union High School District. They have approved it on their end. That would happen on February 3rd. And so now I'm bringing it to all of you for your approval.
Thank you, Isela. I know that we had some questions or comments on this item, on the agenda item. Do we have any now? Okay, hearing none, I will call for a motion.
Motion to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded, and again, we'll go.
Whatever.
Yeah, whichever.
Yeah, and again, we'll go to a roll call vote here, and to Mr. Bucklehide.
Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chin Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Okay, yeah, and congratulations to everybody. We worked hard to get dual enrollments with every high school in our district, and we've now achieved that. So thank you, Isela, and everybody else that worked on this. Next is agenda item I5, and this is a LACSTA, Los Angeles County Trustee Association, and we have a nomination.
Well, you have an opportunity for a
We have
nomination.
an opportunity for nomination. Trustee Ramirez.
Hi, everyone. I wanted to say a few words, but ultimately I'm looking to make a motion if that's okay. But first, I wanted to take this time to thank Trustee Chin Lau again for stopping by our Associated Students meeting to introduce herself and to lend an ear to hear us out. And to vent about our life experiences, candidly. And you've been very welcoming to me and all students, even before I was the student trustee. And even when I came to these meetings as a member of the public, and I'd see how you'd always make sure students had felt welcomed and had always been made to feel seen. And you recognize when there's something that you don't know about, and take the time to educate yourself like you did this morning. And that really has shown to me as a student that you really care. And you're a mother, and that shines through the passion that you put in your work in higher education. And I couldn't imagine how much dedication it takes to manage the chaos associated with raising a child, and having them go through a Zoom school and attend these long meetings simultaneously. And so I know that you would be a great Los Angeles County School Trustees Association director. And you'd be bringing that same passion and dedication to the county level. And I know that they'd be lucky to have you. And so with that, I'd like to move the nomination of Trustee Chin Lau for the Los Angeles County School Trustee Association directorship.
Thank you, Trustee Ramirez. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? I wanted to just insert my own comment here. Sandra, I appointed you to be our representative to LACSTA because not only are you a trustee here at PCC, but as David already mentioned, you have students at home, and LACSTA is both the community college and the K-12 Trustees Association. So I thought it would be particularly of benefit to you. And in the longstanding PCC tradition, I'm pleased to see that you're volunteering to get involved, not just at your PCC trustee level, but also outside in the countywide organization. So without further ado, it's been moved and seconded that we nominate Trustee Chen Lao for the LACSTA Board of Directors, and we'll go to a roll call vote on this item.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Okay.
Thank you. And I really appreciate, David, your words. I am just very humbled, but by the support of the board and my colleagues. And I really would like to just thank you for, your words of encouragement and support. And I would certainly want to bring a voice to PCC faculty, students, and staff who have children in the K-12 system. And especially now with what's happening with school reopenings and all that, I hope that I could be that liaison and bring back information and to serve PCC well. So thank you so much.
Congratulations, Trustee Chen Lao. And my mentor, Trustee Wah, coerced me into being our LACSTA representative and serving on the board. And I guess I've done the same thing, passing along the tradition. And good luck at the upcoming election. We're going to move on to agenda item I6. This is resolution number 674. And this is in support of Women's History Month, which is in March of 2021.
Yes.
Any comments, or should we go direct to a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please. Mr. Bucklehide.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Trustee Osterling, I do want to make a comment about this.
Please
You
do.
don't mind?
Trustee Wah.
Yeah, I want to thank Dr. Androgenis actually had a major part in helping us develop this this resolution of support for women. It was because of comments that and her sharing of her experience on issues of fair pay that we were able to kind of put this together. Dr. Gonzalez from the Chancellor's Office was a participant in this. So anyway, I want to thank Dr. Androgenis for enlightening all of us about this issue.
Thank you. It's an issue that's near and dear to my heart. And, the Equal Pay Act was actually originally passed here in California in 1949 as a state goal to have equal pay. And then the federal government passed the Equal Pay Act of 1963. And the state act has been amended a couple of times, most recently in 2015. And there were significant changes in that act that went into effect. And a lot of college districts were not aware of the changes that were coming about. When I saw the update to the Equal Pay Act, I was particularly interested in it. And it's a story that I told. And I think in fairness, Trustee Wah and Executive Vice Chancellor of the state system, Daisy Gonzalez, were the two women who pushed the most for the formation of the California Community College Women's Caucus, and which I am the co-chair of. And one of the issues that has galvanized everyone is working on equal pay. And my interest in it came not only with the update of the Equal Pay Act in 2015, but also because unlike previous versions of the act, there were actually tangible steps that individuals could take if they felt like they had been paid unfairly. And when I was hired by the LACCD, there were 3 presidents hired at the same time, and we all started on August 1st, 2014. Myself, an African-American woman, and an Asian male. All 3 of us, this was our first presidency. The African-American female and myself started at step 1, and the Asian male started at step 9 out of 10. And the reason was because he came from another district where the salaries were higher. And at the time, no one batted an eyelash. It just went through. And it was like nobody stood back and said, wait a minute, here, I think we have a problem here. And it was because they were employing what a lot of public employment areas do. And this is by policy, this is by practice. So it's not really a criticism of the LACCD or even any district. And that is, how much do you make? Okay, well, we'll add 5% and that's where you start. And usually you would wind up at the bottom of a salary scale. There was no actual evaluation of what our accomplishments were. It was just, what do you make? And what that has the impact of doing is continuing gender discrimination, because the idea that if you just add 5%, it's an objective measure, so there's no problem. Well, that assumes that we're all starting on an equal playing field, but we're not. And so I did file a complaint with it in the LACCD, and I really pushed hard, and it took a year and they corrected it. I will say that two colleagues of mine, female colleagues of mine, have pushed for this starting all the way back in 2012, 3 different chancellors, and they had no luck. But I was fortunate that the law had changed and it was on my side. And it's really important, because really how people are paid for the work they do should be based on what their experience is, and there should be equity, and it shouldn't just be a formula, because the formula is never objective, ever. So thank you for considering this resolution. It's part of the work of the California Community College Women's Caucus, and I just hope that Pasadena City College continues its tradition as a leader in the state on equity and really rooting out sexism and racism and other issues that plague our country right now.
Erica, do you know where we stand currently in the state and in the nation on equal pay for gender?
As a college, no, I do not know that. But I think that the effect of you all passing this resolution is that we need to find that out, and we need to figure out what we need to do. And so no, I don't know, but we will. Okay.
And Erica, your commentary leads directly into action item I7, which is resolution number 675. And this is in support of equal pay in California community colleges. And without further ado, I'm going to ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion on this topic? Let's go to a roll call vote, please. Mr. Bucklehide.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. That concludes our action items for tonight, section I. We're going to move on to section J. These are information items, and our first item is status of health sciences programs at Pasadena City College, our response to COVID-19, and positioning for the future. Dr. Androgenis, do you have a presentation on this?
We do. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Micah Young, who is the Dean over our Health Sciences program, and he is going to make a presentation with a PowerPoint.
Dr. Young, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. And I want to say thank you to the President Androgenis and the Board of Trustees for their support during this critical time of healthcare in the United States and our role in responding to that as well. If I can share my screen.
You should be able to. Dean Young, are you able?
I am trying to now. Let's see. Perfect. Can everyone see the screen?
Here we go.
There. Okay. All right. So we're going to go. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to give you an overview of just a brief overview of the goals of the presentation. It's just to give a highlight of how health sciences are performing at PCC and demonstrating how our educational programs are still current and relevant in the community at large and to our student population, and talk about how we're strategically aligned across the college and we're working to be more integrated across the college to better serve our students, highlight some of the success of the health science programs at PCC, and finally talk about our response to COVID and how we've contributed to the global response within our community, response within our community to COVID-19. So just a quick overview. These are the programs before you. So we have 11 distinct programs in health sciences leading either to a certificate or degree. So we have, these are the various programs in front of you. I don't want to read through the list because I hopefully, for the sake of time, making sure everyone knows that they're there. We do have one program in partnership with Kaiser Permanente, which I will highlight. We were just came through our recent accreditation visit and we were accredited for another 10 years. So thank you for your support for that program. So just a brief overview, as I mentioned, we have 11 distinct programs. Many of our health science programs have specialized accreditation bodies or regulatory bodies that prescribe some prescriptive policies that we must follow to keep the programs intact at the institution. All our health sciences program are currently in the credit realm and are categorized as CT or career and technical education related programs. And all of our programs are offered to fully help students meet occupational goals at the end of their program of study with us. Each one of the programs varies in its length of completion, time needed for completion, and the preparation needed to begin. Some of the programs have prerequisites, other programs you can start without any prerequisites upon entering into the college. So we talked briefly about this. Health sciences programs have specialized accreditation or regulation externally. And this helps make sure that the programs meet the intended outcomes and also have portability across the country or within the region as well. This is an example of some of the regulatory agencies that each one of the programs reports to. So we do have to comply with these, and these have annual reports and annual outcomes metrics that we need to maintain for the programs to satisfy outcomes at the college to make sure students are achieving a quality education and can move forward in the career pathway. So highlighting some of the success, we have continued to produce excellent educational results for students. 5 of our health science programs exceed the livable wage required for single individuals living in Los Angeles County. I will take the time to highlight those: anesthesia technology, dental hygiene, nursing, radiology tech, and vocational nursing. All of our health science programs exceed special accreditation and or state regulatory program requirements. So when the programs are evaluated externally, we always exceed the minimum requirements, which puts us in good stead with those regulatory and approval bodies. And our enrollment trends tend to remain strong and have only been minimally impacted by COVID-19. The interest in enrollment in health science has continued to be high. So the health sciences area is focused on student success. But success, as I know one of the trustees mentioned earlier, we do measure the metrics of success. So this is how we measure the metrics of success in health sciences: completion of certificate or degrees, educational advancement or transfer, and we look at traditional and concurrent enrollment pathways to better prepare students for employment opportunities, our partnerships with industry, employment of program completers. It's not just that we educate students, we want to see them actually move out into the workforce, and wage gain. So those are the metrics by which we're measuring all of our health sciences programs. So what have we done success in the last, and I started in November 2019, and in the last little bit over a year, health science programs have updated their curriculum to ensure currency and relevancy to the labor market, even during the time of the pandemic. We have partnered with the nursing program has partnered with the Azusa Pacific University to offer a fully integrated associate, I should say, an ADN program to BSN program, which will significantly decrease the time to our nursing students emerging with a baccalaureate degree. And the Kaiser, our PCC Kaiser Permanente Anesthesia Technology Program are evaluating ways to increase enrollment to serve more students across the region, as well as across the state for this highly in-demand occupational program. So when we talk about outcomes for the programs, one of the ways we measure is first-time licensure or clinical or licensure or certification exam pass rates. And this is an overview of where we stand now. This is the 2019 and 2018-2019 academic year data and 2019-2020 academic year data. The only program that we don't have results for is the Restorative Dental Technology Program, which is formerly the Dental Laboratory Technology Program, because they did not offer an exam last year because of COVID. But all of our other programs are performing strong and our first-time pass rates remain high. So these are the employment trends. So employment trends usually lag behind in terms of getting data, and data is only as good as the source that it's collected from and how we report. So we're partnering with our institutional research office to try to find better ways to collect data around student employment, and making sure students are aware that they should respond to the CTOS study, which is the way the state compiles the data of employment. But our employment data also remains high for our graduates, some more than others. And in those areas where our employment data has lagged and has been low, we are working strategically with our Career Center to make sure we have direct pathways and better preparation for students for employment opportunities.
Dr. Dean Young, what is the total number of enrollments? I know I can add them up myself, but you probably have that number.
So our enrollments fluctuate. So when it says enrollments here, these are individual course enrollments of students. So when we talk about student enrollment by program of study, some of the programs vary. For example, our medical, and I'll highlight that a little bit later, but I'll give you a precursor now. One of the things that we're trying to do better is actually track students' completion through programs. For some programs where students can come in, take part of a program and leave because of job opportunities, we want to do a better job of capturing this. And sometimes the programs they use are skills builders for those programs that do not have a direct programmatic path where everybody's in lockstep in terms of one cohort starts and finishes. The enrollments may fluctuate and vary. So we're trying to get a better handle on how do we capture those students who are coming in and taking career CTE courses just as skills builders to go out and get employment. So our total number of enrollment, I can provide that to the trustees in terms of total enrollment, individual headcount enrollment at a later time.
Thank you.
So this highlights the livable wage data. So as we said, the employment data lags. So the best, most reasonable wage data I can find in terms of our programs. This chart represents that information in terms of livable wage from 2018. Although 2019, 2020 data is available in terms of the student earnings, that data is not available at this time. So I compiled the most recent one that we have all the data for. And this shows that most of our programs were exceeding the livable wage data and for LA County during that time period. So one of the other metrics of success, one of the other metrics of success we look at, as we talked about, is employment. And most of and this is, you may have seen this in a previous presentation, but this is apropos to this presentation as well, are students who report that they're employed full-time. So most of our students who are completing our programs in CT are reporting full-time employment, which is a positive outcome. They're also reporting wage gain. So our non-transfer students, which would be most of our students who are in CTE, they are having wage gain. And overall, the students who are completing our CTE programs are reporting satisfaction. Although it's not a metric that is required for any of the external accrediting bodies, but it's an internal metric that I think that's important because it gives us feedback in terms of word of mouth advertising that students will share with their peers and their colleagues and their family, as well as the quality of our program. So we're always looking to move more people into the very satisfied category. But as you can see, the overwhelming number of PCC students are very satisfied with the educational program that they're being provided. Well, nothing significant happens on the campus without the program, but without the division being integrated across the campus. So we are working to make sure that the Health Sciences Division is collaborating, a good collaborator across the campus to produce the stellar outcomes of the programs. We're partnering with the Freeman Center, really focused on this as a very strategic and developing partnership to bring in employers to the Freeman Center to advertise directly to students about employment opportunities and also do workforce preparation. We also want to track students. One of the things that we notice that some students for our immediate entry level programs, they will come in the fall or come in the spring and they will not return. One is because they're using the courses as skills builders and they're going out getting employment. So this is anecdotals because they're not completing a full certificate. They don't get captured in other metrics. We want to make sure that we're beginning to capture those students who are coming in using the program of study, which is a work-based program of study, to actually achieve the outcome, which is employment. And we also are exploring collaboration and articulation opportunities for greater transfer opportunities for students. We understand a lot of students use CTE as a stepping stone for traditional education. One of the things that was noted and that we support is that students often have to work when they enter college, community college. So we want to provide a framework for them to be able to have earn and learn opportunities where they can come in, get a skill, get to work, but still be able to complete a transfer degree and continue on with their education if they so desire. So integration is key. Nothing can be done without instruction. I want to make sure I thank the faculty who have been earnestly working throughout the pandemic and across the last year to really work, tirelessly to develop new programs as well as ensure the quality and outcomes of students in our current programs, as well as our partnerships with Student Services, who has been very supportive in terms of our work with students and making sure that they have what they need. Economic and workforce development, where we talked about some of the partnerships with the Career Center. Grants and institutional research, who has been very supportive in terms of helping us collect and think of ways to gather data that will better help us support student success long term. So health sciences would be nothing without its partnerships, but they're both internal and external partnerships. And we talked about our internal partnerships and integration, but our external partnerships are important. And the key things our external partnerships provide for us is not just the opportunity for experiential learning sites for students, they also provide feedback on the quality of our programs. And they also provide opportunities for students to learn about work-based experiences. And they also serve on our advisory committees to provide feedback on the programs as well. And we have two types of partnerships. We look at our partnerships for employment, but also our educational partnerships that allow students to further their education, to further their career in a workforce sector. This is just a partial listing of our current partnerships that are external to the college. This list is not all inclusive, but I just wanted to highlight some of the ones that are here, representing both our clinical or our workforce partnerships as well as our academic partnerships. And I want to move into our response to COVID-19. So, looking at this as a narrative and a story, as you're all aware, in March of 2020, all face-to-face instruction ceased on the campus. So, as you're aware, that health sciences is a very interpersonal and direct lab-facing component. So this significantly hampered some programs more than others. Our faculty were magnanimous during this time period, and they really shifted into providing instruction however they could to replace the face-to-face virtual laboratories, et cetera, and working with our clinical partners. Our clinical partners who remained open during the time, a lot of them took on our students to allow them to complete the necessary clinical or lab portion of their exercises within the clinical setting, which was a boon to our students. So we were able to have some students complete. we did resume our face-to-face clinical lab settings and clinical lab instruction in December of 2020. I'm sorry, in fall of 2020, September of 2020. And as with all healthcare programs, we did face a number of barriers that were impacted as the pandemic spread during the summer and fall of last year. We did have a shortage of clinical sites for some programs. And we also ceased operation of our dental clinic, which did impact our dental hygiene program and our dental assistant program to some capacity. But high points, our faculty really worked well with our students to help them complete programs of study where they could. And our students really rose to the occasion in responding to the pandemic and were highlighted as being very, very important to the local response at Huntington Memorial Hospital as being healthcare extenders. And we were invited back, and we were one of the few schools that were invited back to stay during the pandemic and now after the pandemic has subsided some. This is just sort of highlighting some of the things that our faculty did during that time period. This is one of dental laboratory class, the dental assisting class, where students are demonstrating how they're doing Pitt and Fisher sealants remotely in a virtual laboratory assignment. Our students were learning how to use PPE. One of the things we've heightened is our student awareness and utilization of PPE. So they're training on site before they go to the clinical site to know how to appropriately use PPE to reduce the likelihood of infection or transmission of infection in the clinical setting. And we have been very fortunate. We've not had any students or faculty members who've contracted coronavirus as a result of being in a clinical setting or being in on-site labs since resumption of on-site clinical education and continuing with externships. Social distancing in classrooms. Normally the classrooms would be filled, but we have used social distancing to make sure that students are safely able to continue their instruction within the classroom settings. So just an overview. So December 2020, we were able to successfully graduate our delayed RN cohort. Remember, we talked about the loss of clinical site placements for a portion of the time, and our dental hygiene students to complete their curriculum. And now these students have completed as of December 2020 and they're workforce ready. Our clinical education continues with some limited access for some clinical programs. A lot of hospitals are still impacted where they're not fully open to clinical rotations. We have successfully been able to matriculate a new cohort of nursing students and have found clinical placements for all of our students. And we know that the cost of healthcare education is expensive, and we wanted to thank the board and the president for contributing extra funds to support the cost of the additional PPE that's required to train our students. So we did have students who complete, and we're resuming face-to-face instruction. And to that end, in December 2020, since June to December, we were able to produce the following individuals who are workforce ready in the state of California. 14 new anesthesia technologists. From what I've heard, 90% of these individuals are already employed. Our associate degree nurses who are finished in December are currently taking their exams and will be joining the workforce. Our dental hygienists, a lot of them will be taking their exams soon, and most of them have job offers. 9 restorative dental technologists, many of which already have job offers as well, and 98 new emergency medical technicians. So with that, I just wanted to provide an overview of where we're headed. So we make decisions in health sciences by looking at labor market data as well as the Center of Excellence data to make sure the health sciences develop short-term new vocational programs that will serve as stepping stones for students to get started in a healthcare pathway. We understand that approximately 60% or 60% or more of our students have to work while they're in school. And we want to expand the opportunity for students to work in their chosen area or chosen career cluster while they're continuing on with their education. So the programs that are currently in development with the faculty are phlebotomy technician program, electrocardiology technician program, patient intake specialist, medical scribe, and our introduction of our first non-credit program. It's a health profession basic certificate program. Now, this is an interesting program because what we're doing is we found that a lot of the precursors or certificates that students need to gain access to our healthcare programs, CPR, bloodborne pathogen training, HIPAA training, they were having to go outside of the college to get those trainings. And so what we wanted to do is bring that all in-house and offer it to students in a non-credit modality so that we can have opportunity to make sure that students who come to us can do one-stop shopping for all their educational needs and all those precursor elements that are required to get into our healthcare programs of study. The other programs, the medical scribe program, the patient intake specialist, this is just using existing, reusing existing curriculum and reformatting it differently for jobs that are new and developing. As you may be aware, with the increased use of electronic health records, the medical scribe opportunity has become much more of an important thing, and especially with telemedicine. Medical scribe job there are more jobs in that area that are taking place. So we're using existing curriculum to create shorter certificates that students can take and have earn and learn opportunities. Future plans also include increasing the enrollment in our PCC APU integrated BSN pathway. We like this pathway because it potentially will give us an opportunity to expand our nursing program, because the students who participate in this program are enrolled in a BSN program. So one of the things that has limited clinical placements in the past was that our students were not as highly sought after because they were not in a BSN program. This integrated pathway will allow us and the students to advertise themselves honestly as BSN pursuing candidates, and will hopefully expand our ability to get greater clinical sites. We want to increase the number of occupational skill certificates offered by the college. And the reason we're doing this, and as opposed to a full-blown certificate, the occupational skill certificates, for example, in our medical assistant and dental assistant programs, we know that students are completing portions of the curriculum and getting jobs and not completing the full certificate. So we want to do a better job of capturing those students by parsing out the education that's needed for those occupational skill certificates. So if a student's only with us for one semester, they will finish with a certificate of completion occupational skills certificate, and we'll actually be able to capture that and understand what those students are doing in terms of employment opportunities. We want to create also additional part-time pathways. One of the things that Health Sciences has been really good at creating, we have really catered well to our full-time students, but we understand that there should be an opportunity for our part-time students, because some students, as we know, have to work. So we're in the process of developing part-time pathways for some of the more in-demand programs where possible. We're also exploring the possibility for dual enrollment with local high schools to start students entering to the healthcare pathways faster. And there's a dual reason for this, because some of the terminal occupations in healthcare require previous healthcare experience as part of the application process. For example, PA programs and some schools require students to have non-volunteer hours in healthcare. So we want to definitely make sure that we're creating pathways for those highly sought after professions as well. We're also exploring the development of additional 2+2 programs for students looking for careers in health sciences. And this came about because there's some pathways and some institutions that offer programs that are baccalaureate level programs, but the students may not be aware of those programs, and we could potentially get into partnership to create a pathway of just a track for PCC students to enter these programs. I'll go more into that later. I don't want to jump before we get anything started there. And we're exploring additional credit and non-credit programs offerings to meet industry needs. So in summary, the state of health sciences program, health science programs at Pasadena City Colleges is strong and becoming stronger. We're diversifying and becoming more responsive to the workforce needs. We're strategically integrated across the campus and across our workforce community to make sure the students have every advantage they have that they can take to be employed at the end of their journey at PCC. And we have been highlighted having some of the exemplars of the great work that is occurring at PCC. So with that, I'll stop and ask if there are any questions.
Okay, Trustee Waugh.
So Dr. Young, gosh, you answered almost all of my questions. And I love that you're already thinking of the dual enrollment, the 2+2, that we have these great partnerships with universities like APU. I hope we can get more. So I still had a few other questions. So when you showed some of the data on workforce wage gain, there were some, and I don't recall, it might have been EMT, where the hourly wage is just barely, I mean, it's just incrementally above minimum wage to $15 per hour. So, and then you also showed some of the professions in the health field that are not, they're like 66, only 66% of them actually are getting employed. Is that because of, I mean, I'm looking into the causes, is that just lagging data, or is there something else?
So when we evaluate our students, we find that there's two things that happen. Some students defer. So historically, CTE was thought of as a terminal educational pathway. Some of our students choose to transfer during that time period, so they are continuing on with their education to a baccalaureate degree. We encourage that. We encourage students to potentially work, but if they want to continue on with their education, to also do that. The second thing is that there are some programs that need additional support in terms of developing connections with employers. So we're looking to make sure that those connections are in place. So, and its students are aware of the employer opportunities that are there. In addressing the low wage occupations, EMT has always been a precursor for some students to go into fire. I mean, it's a stepping stone career pathway for fire, lifeguard jobs, other agencies, you know, and we're working on making sure that students are aware of the career pathways they can go to out of EMT, but this is a core skill set that students will need. I think it's important for us to focus on both those core skills that will transition to higher skills. And some of our students who are EMTs often go into the nursing pathway, but they want to get a foundation in healthcare, and they look at EMT as a stepping stone to becoming familiarized with healthcare and the healthcare industry.
Yeah, so that was exactly one of the things I was thinking too. So are we career laddering them so that so it's clear then that when we have students in those areas that maybe have a little bit lower wages, that they know what their opportunities are, and we are building that pathway?
Yeah, we're strategically working intentionally to make sure students understand what their pathways are in healthcare and where the pathways lead. In my conversations with our current directors who work with me to oversee the programs, we're definitely trying to put more information on the website so that students can have it clear. So when students land on our webpage, they can know what their opportunities are and what the traditional pathways are for future employment as they take on a journey with any of these health career programs.
So are any of these good? So I haven't seen any of these particularly as candidates for dual enrollment, but I know like one of my districts has been looking at kinesiology. They've kind of been wrestling with it, but some of the board members have wondered why they didn't pick a more direct kind of a dual enrollment health course like EMT, like dental hygiene. Is there a view that we could do that, or is that too difficult for the high school students?
So for some programs, there are some age restrictions that are in place, like EMT does have a requirement that students have to be 18 years of age in order to participate, and that's a county license requirement. But for other programs, there are opportunities for potentially dual credit. A medical assistant program, a student could start the pathway while they're in the high school and take one or two courses, and then continue on when they come to PCC. So there's, in terms of looking at that as an opportunity, there are definitely opportunities where students can start their journey while they're in high school and complete their journey when they transfer to PCC.
Great, thank you so much, Dr. Young. Excellent work.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments from any of the?
Linda has a question, and Trustee Martin.
Okay, Trustee Brown, you're first, and then Trustee Martin.
Thank you, Dr. Young. This is very good presentation. I have always been an advocate for healthcare because I know that folks that go into that field will always have a job. I had a little questions about your future plans. You had a little slide there that you had several things. You getting it? You had several, okay.
Yeah.
And your future plans for the health division. I am wondering, when you talk about future plans, these are very good things you have listed here. What does that entail, your future plans? Is this 10 years away, 5 years away, 2 years away? What should I expect when you mention that?
It's a good question. I always try to measure things in terms of, I keep a running list of things I'd like to get done by the end of a semester. Then I also have a year-long plan. But so the 2+2 developmental programs, and there are some programs that I think that are ready, able to potentially be launched with partnering with other institutions that will create pathways for our students. For example, a radiation therapy program, which I think is an excellent opportunity, which is a 2+2 program. The students can leave us and go to a partner institution and finish there in 2 years. So I'm looking at that as an opportunity, and I've already done some preliminary exploration with an institution, which I won't name because I don't think it's appropriate because we haven't, their senior leadership hasn't had a chance to vet the idea. But we have had preliminary conversations about creating a 2+2 program in radiation therapy, which would create an opportunity because then the only other programs that are located, one's in Costa Mesa, and I think the other nearest one is near San Jose. So there's nothing in between. And so I've been in contact with one of those two programs to talk about a partnership opportunity that will be a direct pathway for PCC students, creating a track exclusively for PCC students to complete this program to help come back to the area. Then other opportunities in terms of transferring opportunities have begun dialogue with Charles Drew University and Medical School and University of Health Sciences to talk about pathways in terms of articulating pathways and in terms of an entirety of a path where a student finishes a degree with us, goes on to matriculate through Charles Drew in terms of guaranteed admissions pathway. So we're hoping to further those discussions and dialogue with that institution as well. I've already started preliminary conversations with that institution. So hopefully within the time frame for me is within the next 12 to 24 months, have more opportunities for students that are there. I know with our program, with our Energy Technology program, we were asked by Kaiser Permanente to help them expand their program across the state. So we're looking to potentially help expand that program across the state. We were waiting to get through our reaccreditation process, which we successfully have done. So we're looking to hopefully implement that within the next year or so.
So you're offering some non-credit. I think your last item down here.
Correct.
Non-credit classes. And you're aligning to see the industry needs, which is something that I advocate for. What's the pathway? What is the incentive for a student that wants to start at the bottom of the ladder, but hope to, move up? How is this going to achieve, and what are we telling students and, just people that are needing a job? How are we enticing them to get in that?
So we are working diligently across the college and integrating to make sure that we can advertise to students the pathway. And one of the things that we did notice coming out of the pandemic when working with the LA Center, LA Economic, I can't think, LAEDC, sorry, that healthcare has been one of the most resistant fields to loss of employment, and also one of the highest fields in terms of gaining jobs. So we're working to try to make sure students are aware of this opportunity, as we're not telling how long we're going to be in this post-pandemic phase, but really working to try to make sure that students are aware of this is a pathway and that there are various offshoots from this pathway and that lead into various industries. So we're working to get more information on our website, as also doing outreach, and part of the strategic partnership is the outreach with our student services counterparts to make sure they're aware of this information, and with our counseling team so they're aware of the opportunities that are available for students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dean Young?
I have one, Jim.
Oh, John, trustee
Sure,
Martin.
if I can click the button fast enough. Well, my first comment is to say thank you. I think that was an exceptional presentation, and I'm going to give it my highest award for presentations, which I call the Goldilocks Award, because I find that was just perfect. It wasn't so brief and so succinct that it's like there was nothing to it, and yet it wasn't so terribly long or so incredibly detailed and complex that you lost me or drowned me. So I think as far as a board presentation, both in content and duration and quality. That was an exceptional presentation. To the presentation itself, I'm very impressed with all that's going on in this division. It's obviously a critical division and has been an important part of PCC for a very long time. And having family members in, all my family is connected to health services one way or another. I really appreciate and value and understand the importance of the partnerships. They're what makes or breaks our program, especially versus some other program, is all those partnerships. And I think you're doing some tremendous work in those partnerships. But in particular, and I saw the names go by and I was looking quickly, so I might have missed something. On the one list of long partnerships, I didn't see the name Huntington Memorial, though obviously they did appear later through the special COVID arrangement, so I think it's wonderful. And I know there's, going years back, Huntington Memorial was important, obviously, geographically for PCC campus. And obviously, they're a very renowned hospital in our neighborhood. So I was interested in particular about our relationships with Huntington Memorial. And then just any other, that's the only real question I have to follow up is just, how is it going with good old Huntington Memorial?
I don't believe Dr. Young is on the call.
Yeah, I think we lost Dean Young somehow. He disappeared off the Zoom screen at the critical moment.
Well, I can take that. I can take my answer in a short email.
Yeah, he's coming back.
In a short email from the superintendent or whatever at a later time. That's fine.
Dr. Young is back. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what he heard and what he didn't, but hopefully he missed all the great things I said and only heard the one question I had about our relationship with Huntington Memorial.
Our relationship with Huntington Memorial is strong. They have been a pleasure to work with, and they have been very open to our students completing their clinical rotations there. So anything we can do to support them and anything they need from us, we try to be there because they've definitely been there for our students.
So we are getting clinical, like RN clinical placements back with Huntington Memorial again, and
we do. Yes.
That's fantastic. Okay, because I knew there was a little dicey period there for a while. And that's such a renowned hospital. I think that's really important. Thank you.
Well, that hospital is going to be part of the Cedars-Sinai system soon, right? So they're going to be part of a larger hospital system, healthcare system, and perhaps even more opportunities, for PCC students to work with that system.
Dean Young, I have a fairly quick question. We're pretty data driven here at PCC, and one of the things we like to do is measure success. And typically we measure that as a student receiving a certificate and going on to the workforce, or getting a 2-year degree and going on to a 4-year degree. And then how do we, as we do that measurement, how do we differentiate those that are just coming for 1 or 2 skill builders and without the intent to get a certificate or a 2-year degree? Do we ask these students a question when they take the class? Are you taking this just for a skill builder class or 2, or are you going to go for a degree? How do we differentiate?
So what we've done more recently is we started to put an inquiry. So students, most of our programs are open access, except for those they have to have prerequisites. So in that prerequisite process, in that screening process of making sure students have completed all the necessary courses to get in for the programs that have that pathway, or for those open access programs, for example, the medical assistant, dental assistant programs that have multiple courses within a program of study, we do ask the students to to fill out a letter of intent or kind of a complete an application that just says to just express their interest and give us a little bit of background on what their intentionality in terms of planning is in terms of coursework, course pattern taking. We also, and that's one of the things we use data to help us arrive at if we were to start offering programs in a part-time pathway, would students be interested in taking, using students as that test case and say, okay, if you could do this on a part-time and not a full-time basis, what would you do? Would you take it, and when would you take it? So we're looking to explore opportunities of using the existing infrastructure in a potentially evening and weekend type period as well. So in terms of data collection, we're collecting data on which students are student preference in terms of part-time preference or full-time preference, as well as looking at their desired outcome. And that's one of the reasons we are developing some of the new programs of study, because one, we know that this reflects some of the course taking patterns that students have historically pursued and left to exit and get into the job market. So as putting these in occupational skill certificates and packaging the coursework as occupational skill certificates, we will capture those students better in terms of being able to track and monitor those students.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dean Young? That was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for your continued support.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Young. That was excellent. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Trustee Osterling, I'm going to suggest, in the interest of time, that we move the next item to our March agenda, vision and values. I've checked with Crystal Colross, and I think given the late hour, I think it would be ideal if we moved that.
You will not get an argument from me or probably any of the other trustees. And Crystal, thank you for deferring your presentation. And so we're going to skip.
Semper Gumby, Semper Gumby.
We're going to skip item J2 on this agenda. We'll do that next month. And we're on to item J3, which is our superintendent president's report.
Okay, great. So PCC has been named a military-friendly school by GI Jobs magazine. We were honored at the bronze level, and it is our testament to our service to those who have served. So we're very proud of that. We're recognized, as you know, up and down the state for our veteran services, and this is just one more feather in our cap. Our spring term started yesterday. We are feeling the same enrollment decline that faces the entire system. We are down 2,000 headcount from last year. And so we are actively engaged in reaching out to students, trying to figure out, is there anything we can do to help you with enrollment? We have late start classes, you know, all those kinds of things. It's a very tough time. Yes, Jim.
Quick question. What is that as a percentage?
I need somebody who can tell me a percentage.
Crystal, this is your chance.
Crystal or Laura wants to tell me a percentage.
That's okay. If you don't have that answer on the spot, that's all right.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Okay. Well, we'll see if we can get that. Yeah. Laura, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
I don't know the exact number. I can definitely provide it more detailed.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Love those last minute questions, Trustee Osterling. But, you know, we are optimistic that it's a temporary impact due to the pandemic. Student services, instruction and marketing are each working on steps to address students that have left. We definitely want to make sure we do everything we can for summer and fall, but we are not alone. And I can tell you that from talking to some of my CEO colleagues. Dr. Olivo already shared some of the Black Heritage Month activities. Tomorrow, I'm looking forward to going to Black History Matters with Lasana Hotep. He is the Director for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Belonging at UC Berkeley. And there's more information on our website, or we can send something out, information to you if you need it. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., we are going to have a COVID-19 work group meeting, or actually it's a town hall. And the idea behind it is to give an update to the campus about what's happening. There are a lot of kind of rumors swirling around that we've made a whole bunch of decisions and we're about to just start telling people what we're doing. We have not done that. Actually, we're pulling together a task force, and we're going to be talking about how and that's lots of folks from across the campus, because we need to start thinking about how do we possibly have more face-to-face classes moving forward. We have, some science faculty and students who are desperate to have some science labs, math, and some other areas. The online environment is really hard. And we're going to talk a little bit about vaccines. We're going to talk about social distancing and all of the things that we're doing. So that town hall is tomorrow at 9 a.m. And I think I did send the link out to everyone. If you can join us, that would be great. But really, it's an opportunity to share that we're kind of where we were. It's hard to believe. Tomorrow will be the 11-month exact anniversary, because we went remote on March 18th, 2020. So we're having a town hall on February 18th, 2021. And there's a lot of things we don't know. We're going to share what we know, and we're going to remind everybody about being Semper Gumby, because there's still so much we don't know. And we really want to, if it's possible, we'd like to have classes, more classes than not, going face-to-face by fall, but we don't know. We're also looking at how do we have staff back here on campus? How many staff could we possibly have here by July 1st? We're really looking at everything that's possible. We'll be having members of the task force focused on all of those areas. It's really amazing. The news changes every day. So stay tuned on that. PCC, we have been approved as a vaccine provider by CalVax. And actually, once we got approved, we were able to send in our first request for vaccines. So we have 1,000 Moderna vaccines on order, along with the rest of the country. So we are hoping that we will get those vaccines. We're also continuing our work with the city of Pasadena and all of our local partners to try to provide as much service as possible. We had some successful shot clinics here a couple of weeks ago that were put on by the city of Pasadena. And we expect that to continue. But there is, as you know, there are significant shortages, and the really bad weather that's happening across the country has also slowed the shipments of vaccines. So we are hoping to, we're fortunate that Cal State Los Angeles is a super site, a federal super site for vaccinations, but we want to do our part as well. So we will keep the campus community informed of what we're able to provide. Whatever we can do, we are going to do. We are proud to highlight that our very own Candace Jones and Information Technology Services won 2 statewide awards at the CISOA conference last week. We were honored for our App Stream and Technology Plan efforts. There will be more to come in April, though. You're going to have a presentation by the CISOA president, who is going to join us to honor the achievements. But did want you to know that we are really recognized as having a rock star from across the state when it comes to IT. So congratulations to Candace Jones and her team. And just a quick reminder that our comprehensive ACCJC accreditation visit is coming up on March 8th through the 11th. We'll be holding an accreditation town hall probably the first week of March before the visit, just to outline the basics of the visit and to answer any questions folks might have. We'll make sure that you also get invited. As I think I mentioned before, Crystal and I did a visit to Cuesta College in the fall. And so we've been on the other side of this process, and she'll be meeting next week with the team assistant who's working with Dr. Ed Bush, president of Consumnes River College, who is our team visiting chair. And they'll be working on the interviews schedule. And so we'll be able to share that out. I think we're in really great shape. And I think the format of a really focused visit, all virtual, is going to be great. It is kind of weird because usually by this point, Crystal and I were talking about this earlier, we're, stressing about hotel reservations and what are we going to feed them and what kinds of things are we going to do? And we just don't have to do any of that this time. So with that is my report.
Thank you, Erica. Next, we're going to move up to agenda item K, announcements, and we'll start, of course, with our shared governance representatives. And as usual, we'll start with associated students, and I see Mackenzie Rivera out there.
Trustee Osterling, can I interrupt you? Late breaking news. The percentage is between 7 and 8%, closer to 7% down.
Okay, and that's similar to our fall results, am I right?
Yes, a little bit higher, but still, yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Okay, Mackenzie, if you're out there, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you so much, Dory. For the sake of time, I'll keep this nice and short. I'm sure we're all ready to go on with our day. So Associated Students has been hosting Welcome Week this entire week, which has been really nice to try and reach out to students. On Tuesday, we had a little resource scavenger hunt. We had a movie night earlier today, which I attended before coming to this lovely meeting. Tomorrow, we are hosting a student-faculty mixer. If you haven't gotten the email or Zoom link, I will send it again today, and I'll send it to David to share with you as well. It's a great opportunity for you to meet some of your students for the spring semester and just a chance to connect and network. It should be really fun. I hope to see you all there. And and the following day, we'll also be hosting a game night on our Discord server, which you are all welcome to attend as well. We do have administrative roles for faculty, staff, and students, so it'd be a really nice way to connect on another platform that we have found a lot of our students are using. Other than that, we're getting really excited for the spring semester. We've been planning some of our feature events, and we are looking forward to working with some faculty on some of these events, collaborating, and that's all I have for my report today. Thank you.
Mackenzie, thank you. And what games are you going to play on game night?
I believe there's some new games that our Vice President of Campus Activities is trying to introduce. One of them, I believe, is called Jackbox. They're trying to bring back Among Us, and just a couple of games I personally have not really played, but I'm looking forward to learning it since it seems to be a
Jackbox is
popular
so
game.
fun.
Is
Jackbox,
it?
you're gonna love it. It's so fun.
I look forward to it. Hopefully you can join us.
That's why I asked.
I have another meeting.
Okay, send me an email with that information. Thank you, Mackenzie. Next, we have Classified Senate and Ernesto Partida.
Thank you, Trustee Osterling. I will be there for that game night. It sounds like fun. 3 brief items to report from the Classified Senate. We just met the last meeting this morning. We're talking about our spring semester and what that looks like, including our Classified Appreciation Week that happens in the later part of May. So we'll have more information once that gets completely planned out. Next month in March, a group of our senators will be attending the 4CS gathering of the Senates to share and learn from other classified senates at the state level, how they've been working in the virtual setting and continuing as we move on into the unknown of fall. And lastly, I just want to acknowledge the years of service of 2 classified staff members retiring on this board report. Combined Resvin Klein and intermediate clerk in office services, and James Large, a department lab aide in VAMS and Vision, have 72 years, 33 and 39 respectively. That is a lot of years. That is all. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Ernesto. And that is long years of service. Management Association, Tito Altamirano.
Yes, that is I. I will be speaking a little softly, but I want to thank all of the managers throughout the college who continue to work diligently in support of our students' success. They have put not only time and energy, but also true heart into making sure that our students were supported through winter session, and now as they start the spring 2021 semester. I know that I'm not alone in when I say that we truly appreciate all of these leaders and all that they have done and all that they do throughout PCC. So just to the MA, I say thank you. And again, we're consistently just working hard to make sure that our students and their staff feel welcome. And that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tito. Faculty Senate, Dr. Matt Hennis.
Hi, I will also be brief. First, I just want to send out a thank you to Dean Carrie Starbird for her gracious and lovely words in remembrance of our colleague, Jim Schubert, who passed. And then an acknowledgement, our separations featured Donna Nielsen from Health Sciences, who had 21 years of service, and 2 counselors, Sylvia Pinedo and Rosa Prado. So I want to thank them for their service here. And then finally, I just want to let you know that I've been in contact with Trustee Ramirez and Associate Student Vice President Zhang to find a way to include students on faculty hiring committees. I know that's something that's been brought up in these meetings a couple of times. So I just wanted you to know that some movement has been made there, and I'm looking forward to seeing how we can pilot that this term. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Dr. Hennis. And thank you to everybody for your brevity at this late hour. And now we move on to our trustees, and as usual, we will start with student trustee David Ramirez.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Just again, thank you again to Trustee Chenla for coming to our AS meeting today. And as well as thank you to Dr. Ramirez, Dr. Boland, and the many others who have been so willing to make their presence known to student leaders at our AS meetings these past few months. And we definitely appreciate your presence, and that's been great to have you. And of course, as Dr. Hennis mentioned, we've been working on having students on hiring committees, and I've been really focused on trying to advance the DEI commitments that I've made personally. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you, David. And we're now going to do the rest of the trustees, and we'll do them as you appear on my screen. So this will be random to you folks. And first on my screen is Trustee Silver.
I have nothing to say at this point in time.
Tammy, thank you for the brevity of your report. Next up is Trustee Martin. You're on mute, sir.
Sorry about that. Just quickly say, obviously, I knew Lakrita, and just, I don't know what else to say about it, except for the wonderful person she was beautifully described, and she meant a lot to us and was a dear friend. I did not know Eli, but after watching the video, he was certainly somebody I wish I did know. But finally, I was very close and grew up quite a bit with Jim Schubert. And he and I did quite a bit together. Spent many, many hours back in our younger days in a print shop doing printing together. He was the master, and I was the perennial rookie tag along, trying to learn it from him best I could. But he was a real art. I don't know if most people know this, but he was a real artist in many different kinds of printing apparatus back in the day before we all just did it on computers. And played many a basketball game one-on-one with him. And you can guess by knowing Jim and knowing me who probably won that one. I obviously came out the loser. So I do have to say, I just kind of don't know what to say, I guess, about thinking about Jim, and of course, Jing and Peter and Andrew, and knowing that Eli had family. And of course, Lakrita had a massive family. And if you ask her or Jack, there's probably thousands and thousands of people in that family. So, I just want to kind of echo what's been expressed.
Thank you, John. Trustee Fellow, you are next, sir.
Don't have much. I just want to say it is, as a professor, it's very difficult to see your students die before you do. They shouldn't die before their professors. And it's very sad. And I appreciate the memorial tonight, but that's his life. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Trustee Brown.
Nothing to report.
Okay, thank you, Berlinda. Trustee Chen Lao.
I would like to, I have 2 items to report, and one of them is the summary of the meeting that I had with the students, associate students. And this email that I received from a student after the meeting sums up some of the sentiments from the students. And I just want to share it, quickly with you. Quote, my main concern is the student learning outcomes. I feel as though we, the students, aren't walking away equipped with the foundational tools needed for future academic and professional success. Without the structure that on-campus courses offered, we are all left providing ourselves with the structure needed to adequately obtain the knowledge. And I feel like this is a very difficult to create and adhere to our schedules, since everything is kind of at our own pace. Hopefully we can elaborate on this topic further, unquote. So this is from a PCC student who received his first C ever for one of his, from his time at PCC. And I hope that we can continue to have this conversation, with our students and certainly through our student trustee on how we can better support our students' learning outcomes. And with that, I also like to report that we had a reopening, schools reopening discussion with Assembly Member Phil Tang, and I thank my fellow trustee, Tammy Silver, for being there. She heard all of the comments from 92 parents who showed up on a Wednesday afternoon. But certainly I also like to thank the local school board members for participating as well. We know that school reopening is an urgent issue, and every day something is changing, and we hope that we can get parents the choice, to send their children back to school, or if they choose to have their kids at home with online learning. And I saw a few of our PCC faculty and staff there as well. Tito, I know I saw you there, so I'd love to hear from you in another time of what your thoughts were on that conversation. So thank you everybody for the support, and Alex for working on that flyer. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. And last and certainly not least, Trustee Waugh.
Yeah, well, I think San Marino Unified must have been watching our last board meeting, because they came pretty close to 11 o'clock on the ending of their last board meeting. But yeah, I want to call out, they had an item on their dual enrollment. So it looks like they picked about 3 classes that they look like they're close to approving. There are lots of questions that came to Principal Kurtenbach at a Java session that he had with the parents of the high school. But he did a special call out to PCC and especially to Dino Segeda for all the help that she has given him. So I just want to make sure that she knew that he called her out, to thank her for that. And then I want to wish everyone a happy Lunar New Year. This is the year of the ox. And if you have a chance, click on the Lunar New Year video that the international students, the Global Club, and the counseling staff all put together. They worked hard, and it's a great video to wish everyone Happy New Year. That's it.
Thank you, Linda. And no report from myself other than to again thank those that did the memorials for those that departed. And it's a grim reminder to all of us that as close as we are, hopefully, to defeating COVID, we have to continue our maintain vigilance and continue our protocols. And Dr. Anthony Fauci says that we should double mask, not just put on a mask, but put on a double mask. And of course, maintain our social distances. And David, keep those people out of the seating area at Starbucks there as well. As I mentioned, we will be adjourning in honor of those folks who sadly passed. And then lastly, Sandra's announcement is a reminder we have to do the best we can in the circumstances that we're in with the online and limited in-class training between now and when we get to reopen fully. And I think PCC has worked really hard to maintain the level of quality, and then let's hope we can get back to full on-campus in-person education as soon as the vaccine and other health measures allow. And that concludes my report. And next we have proposed future board business meeting dates. Do we have any changes to the calendar?
The only thing I want to point out is that on March 17th, we will have the data study session that was requested regarding our accreditation report. We had to bump that from this meeting, so I wanted to make note of that.
Yeah, and that'll be, I'm assuming that'll be at 4:30 on the same day as our Board of Trustees meeting for next month.
Yes, it will be.
Okay, and then a Zoom calendar invite will be sent out for that. And trustees, we
Yes,
won't,
and
yeah, and just 1 second, Sandra, and we won't do it right now, but we need to caucus on another follow-up retreat to finalize our board goals. I see questions from Sandra and from Linda. We'll start with Sandra.
Erica, where are we in terms of the cycle for the accreditation? But because we're looking at a 7-year cycle, right? From
yes. So our comprehensive visit that comes up in March is the visit, and then it'll be 7 years later.
Okay. So we're toward the end of it, right?
Well, no, we're not towards the end of it. We're about to have a visit because we're completing.
We're completing it. Yeah. Okay.
So when you have a visit, it starts the next cycle, and the next cycle is 7 years because it's changed.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. And Trustee Watt, Linda.
So Trustee Osterling, I know that we're talking about having another session so we can talk about the board goals, which I think is important. We need to do that. But we also have the fellowship discussion that also needs to come up.
Yes.
So, unless we're planning on staying here until midnight, at future board meetings, we may need to think about future study sessions.
Yeah, so Linda, do you want to do the fellowship as a study session, or do you want to do it as a part of a board retreat where we also discuss and finalize our board goals?
Well, this fellowship, I think the questions are a little bit different than just the board goals. I mean, it talks about the strategy. So we have made a proposal for this grant. So I think the discussion is a little bit different.
Well, it does encompass part of the board goals.
It does.
The other thing I want to throw out there is that Trustee Brown reminded me that you all had talked about a Brown Act study session as well. So we need to also plan for that. Not this moment, but we do need to put that into the rotation. And the other thing, Trustee Osterling, is that given that there is a lot to discuss these days, you as a board might want to consider either starting your meeting earlier or just going ahead and planning a second meeting each month, because I don't see our meetings getting shorter because there's just so much for us to discuss.
Yeah, understood. So food for thought for my fellow trustees. Do we want to go back to the twice a month meeting schedule? We've been running late. We've been going monthly and we've been running late. Trustee Martin, go ahead, sir.
Given those two options, if that's what it came down to, I would side with starting earlier.
Yeah, I would side with starting earlier as well. Trustee Brown.
So I think starting early is not, starting earlier may not be the solution, only because there are a lot of things to discuss and it makes it a very long day. I think we should just do our business meetings 1 week and then one time, and then the second time will be for those, those study sessions that we need to do. And then when we don't need them, we don't have them.
So what we can do is Trustee Osterling and I can confer about a proposed board schedule and bring that to the March meeting.
Yep, we'll do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Tammy.
the only comment is you've only heard from 2 trustees and we're kind of on the opposite end of it. So
yeah,
you might want to get input from the others.
That's what I mean. Actually,
Yeah.
that's what I mean is that
Okay,
there needs to be
fine.
there needs to be more input. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you only heard 2 and they like one here and one there. Okay.
No, it's just that yeah, I
All
didn't
right.
think that.
Well, if you're on it, you're on it. You can
Yeah.
pull them independently or whatever. That's
Yeah.
fine.
That was the goal, was to
I'm
poll
so-
independently
okay.
and
Yeah, agreed.
propose a schedule
All righty.
based on the poll. Sorry, I was not clear.
Okay. Sounds good.
Tammy.
There's also setting limits about how much we should spend on each item too.
I would just say maybe if we had 2, break it up, and one meeting in the month would be informational and discussion oriented, and the second meeting would be action oriented. Or if we went longer, if we could have a dinner break, that would be nice. So build in a break if we go to a longer meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody might come back from dinner, Tammy.
We will all be in a food coma, or you could just have a lot of carb and stay up even longer. So, but I would prefer a longer meeting, you know, a monthly longer meeting, because we also have study sessions, you know, as well. And then we also have committee meetings, you know, as well. So, you know, I would certainly, for scheduling purposes, once a month makes sense to me.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
we'll come back with some options at the next meeting. We'll work on that between now and then. Trustees to consider. Okay. And Erica, we should send out a date poll for a retreat.
Yep.
To finish our board goals. At the risk of running the meeting here just a tad longer, do we want to cover in the retreat the Brown Act training, the board goals, and the fellowship, or do we want to do the fellowship as a separate study session? How do we want to do that?
I would recommend the fellowship as a separate study session, but it could be within an existing board meeting.
Okay. All right.
I would also like to suggest a facilitator for the board goals. And I don't know if, you know, certainly that's at the discretion of the board chair. And so I would make that recommendation.
Okay.
Okay. We'll take that under advisement. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, everybody. And next item is proposed future agenda items. Any requests there? I think we've really talked that through already. Okay. All right. We are now finally at the favorite time, and that's adjournment. And again, we're going to adjourn this meeting in memory of Lakrita Scott, wife of 66 years of our beloved Jack Scott, former superintendent, state chancellor, state senator, and now current member of the PCC Foundation. Also PCC student Eli Underwood, who has been recognized here at this meeting and has passed at too young of an age, and our math faculty member Jim Schubert. And again, everybody, please stay safe and stay healthy. And this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.